Okay. Kathy, you're the only one I can see a
Yes.
photo of at the
Yes,
moment.
we can hear you.
Yeah, good as gold. Morena, so look, we'll get underway and we'll start with the affirmation. Tēnā tātou katoa, we seek wisdom, understanding, insights into the views and circumstances of others, strength to seek what we believe in, humility to accept the combined decisions of others, patience, good humour at all times, tolerance and courtesy while working in the best interests of our community. So welcome along, everyone. I'll start with a roll call and ask Sandra to do the roll call, please.
Thanks, Mario, members. Lead office here, Deputy Mayor Cashmore.
You're right, Sandra. You sound like you're on Mars.
Thanks. Councillor Bartley.
Morena.
Councillor Casey.
Morena, Sandra.
Councillor Collins.
Kia ora, everybody.
Councillor Coombe.
Kia ora.
Councillor Cooper.
Kia ora, Sandra.
Kia ora. Councillor Dalton.
Morena, Sandra.
Morena. Councillor Darby, we've had an apology from. Councillor Filipina.
Talofa, Sandra.
Councillor Fletcher.
Kia rana.
Councillor Henderson.
Kia ora.
Councillor Hills is absent today. Councillor Mulholland.
Present. Good morning.
Councillor Newman. Councillor Sayers.
Yes, present. Thank you, Sandra.
Councillor Simpson.
Morning, everybody. I'm here.
Councillor Stewart. Councillor Walker.
I'm here, Sandra. Good morning.
Thank you. Councillor Watson.
Hi, goes IMAS.
Councillor Young. Thank you. That's back to you, Neville.
Thank you very much. Now, I hope the voice of quality is okay. Sandra was sounding a bit scratchy. That's not temperamentally. That's just voice quality on the thing. But can you hear me clearly? Is the quality okay?
You're fine, Phil.
Okay, good as gold. So look, we come next to apologies. I have apologies from Councillor Richard Hills, who's on leave. And from Councillor Chris Darby, who's on council business at the AT board that's meeting at the moment. And I have an apology for early departure, Councillor Kathy Casey leaving at 3 p.m. Kathy, I hope will be complete by then.
Not for me, Phil. No, I'm not leaving at 3. I don't know what that is.
Okay, I'll delete that.
Thank you.
So I therefore simply have two apologies, Councillor Hills, Councillor Darby. Are there any other apologies? Leaving early, lateness, I think that's it. So
yeah, I'm sorry, I'm ducking out on another call for council business at 10:30, but I'll put it on the sidebar.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Shane Henderson. So I'll move that we accept those apologies. Do I have a seconder, please?
Simpson, Your Worship.
Councillor Simpson, seconded. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
And contrary, carried. Are there any declarations of interest for today's agenda? If not, we have confirmation of minutes. We've been busy during September, October. 3 sets of minutes. The ordinary governing body meeting of the 23rd of September, including the confidential section of that, and then 2 extraordinary governing body meetings on the 27th of September and the 21st of October. So I'll move that we confirm.
Cooper second.
And that's coming from Councillor Cooper, I think.
Yes.
So are there any matters arising out of the minutes? If not, I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye.
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 To the contrary, no. I declare that carried. There are no petitions. There is no public input. There is no local board input. I've had no notification of extraordinary items. I did myself consider whether the government's announcement yesterday making mandatory its 3 waters reform would constitute extraordinary business. And I've been advised that for a variety of reasons, it does not. That is not to say that it isn't important, but we have considered Three Waters, and we have had a very clear policy position stated on that through our decisions at the last governing body meeting, and they have been conveyed to government, and I have used that as a mandate for the public comments that I've made in the last 24 hours around it. We will have a further workshop in November, and we will also have, of course, a further governing body meeting that will be prior to the introduction of the legislation in December. And in the meantime, we're still waiting for the confirmation of the steering group that is being set up to look at how we might improve the governance and accountability arrangements. I understand, but haven't had confirmation in writing, that I will be part of that, and I will be continuing to argue the lines that we have agreed on, not only jointly, but overwhelmingly at the governing body, and also with all 21 local boards in agreement that we need change in the governance and accountability part of those reforms. So there are no extraordinary items that I have received. We come then to the COVID-19 briefing. Just to give you an outline of what we want to cover, I'd like to just make some introductory comments myself on that, because there are discussions that are ongoing at the moment that I need to advise you about. I will be asking our Chief Executive, Jim Stabak, to talk about the forthcoming consultation process with the staff of Auckland Council around requirements for vaccination. And there will be a report from Phil Wilson and Mace Ward, and a slide presentation on some of the things that Council has been doing. In terms of just some general introductory comments from myself, I'm not sure what the experience of other councillors has been, but my experience is that the tolerance and patience around the community with the prolonged nature of our lockdown are starting to wear a bit thin. And regrettably, I've got to say that feeling of and the commitment to he waka eka noa, that we're all in this together, is starting to be lost. And what I'm getting back from the community is that the large percentage of the people who have been vaccinated are starting to show impatience with those that have decided not to be vaccinated or haven't got around to getting vaccinated yet. And, you know, there are some examples of understandable outrage. I think the repeated efforts by the Destiny Church to be in breach of the rules that everybody else has to live under, the so-called hikoi of truth, and the idea that we want people from around the country marching through or driving through Auckland to end up at Waitangi, not welcomed at Waitangi, by the way, by local iwi, and the reports to which there is some accuracy about the role of really gangs and other marginalised groups in spreading of COVID, most particularly in the Waikato. There is a real sense of anger toward those groups, and a feeling that while everybody else is following the rules and everybody else is making the sacrifice, people that are, particularly those that are preaching disinformation, are letting the side down, and I understand that. What I'm worried about is that there is a risk of a spillover of that anger to sections of the community, and in particular the Maori community, where the vaccination rates are lower. And I think at all costs we need to avoid that spillover of anger, that we need to continue the huge efforts that are being made to work with, as we have with our Pacifica community and now with the Maori community, to lift those levels of vaccination. And that needs to be a positive and constructive, not a blaming exercise if we are to achieve the objectives that all of us want. I think that there is some good news, however, that we need to share around. I think that having that clear goal of 90% double vaccination to get us to the first of the traffic lights, the red level, has been a big step forward. We now know what we're seeking to achieve. And, I've been asking questions, and I want to share the answers with you of particularly our health professionals about how realistic is this, and when is this likely to happen? And you've seen, I think, the latest figures which show that the first jabs in Auckland DHB are 93%, and Waitemata now 91%, and in counties Manukau 88%, and the figures for each of those regions on second vaccinations are 82, 77, and 74. We need, for example, 9,000 extra vaccinations to get counties Manukau across the line for the 90% first vaccination target. I had a discussion yesterday with Matt Hannant, that you'll be familiar with, who leads the vaccination campaign in Auckland. And he said that a 90% double vaccination rate by early December, and I want to quote him, is totally achievable, and that the health authorities are absolutely committed to getting us there. There is a range of activities planned, some of them not large events like the Vaxathon, but events at Eden Park and at Mount Smart. There is much more emphasis about going out into the community, and some of you have been part of that and have participated in it, using the buses, using the camper vans, using the information that health authorities have to target those areas where vaccinations have been low. Over Labour weekend, it was a pretty dismal turnout, but there has been some comeback since then. On Tuesday, we had 440 vaccinations in Auckland, and over 42,000 vaccinations across the country, and a high percentage of those were Maori. So there's some good news there. On the new cases, my expectation was this week we'd be in triple figures consistently, and we haven't been. We've had a couple of days down around 70 for Auckland, and it's too early to say that's great, we've dodged a bullet there. I'm not certain that we have yet, and those figures could spring up again. But I have talked to people who are expert in this area, and they say this may well be a reflection of the fact that we are already, by international standards, very highly vaxxed, that we haven't got up to the level that you've seen. Certainly we haven't got anywhere near the level you've seen in Melbourne and Sydney. So look, too early to say. The figures could come up again today. I haven't seen the latest figures yet. There is still a threat. There is still a threat to our hospital system, particularly ICU, being overwhelmed. But so far, so good that we have managed to contain that at lower levels, but are unlikely to stamp it out. The other thing I just wanted to touch on was the business package. We talked about that a bit on Tuesday. Very well received by the business leadership, and I think some reward for the efforts that we and others have been making to press on government what the impact is on our business community and on jobs of this prolonged period of lockdown. And I don't make light of the real pressure that people are under, both employees and businesses, because of the lockdown. I thought it was a pretty good package, and it got widespread support. As I mentioned to you the other day, I am about to, probably today or tomorrow, to put a further package to Grant Robertson. I don't expect that I'll get everything that I want out of it, but the invitation is there to work with them on it. And that package will involve temporary changes to the Sale of Liquor Act, so that we can free up some of that al fresco dining that we aren't able to do ourselves without strong cooperation from health, from police, and maybe change in the legislation. exploring the idea of a voucher system, not necessarily one that's just about restaurant meals. I think that's a pretty middle class approach to take, but how we can recognise that people have been doing it hard in Auckland and giving them a little bit of flexibility and expenditure that would then be reflected across the business community in greater spending. And be interesting to see what the reaction of the government will be, but they haven't ruled that out. So I hope that we can maybe find some way of doing that. And then the third aspect of the package would be in line with what we heard yesterday from Auckland Unlimited about how we can promote Auckland as a city as we come out of level 3. And, you know, great news that you will have seen in this morning's paper about, you know, Auckland being the best city in the world to visit for 2022 from Lonely Planet. Now, fantastic publicity that money can't buy, but you know, utter frustration if we weren't in a position to open our borders to take advantage of that. With a very high vaccination level, we may be able to. The final thing I just want to say is that there will be an announcement at 1 o'clock today on changes in an MIQ system. I'm not going to breach the government's embargo on that, but it will be, as has been foreshadowed, I think, publicly, an easing of the time that people have to spend in formal isolation in hotels and with sometimes spent at home. But it's a relatively cautious approach that does put safety high on the agenda, but starts to move us, I think, in a direction where the requirement of that 14 days, you know, locked in a hotel room can be safely eased. But at 1 o'clock we'll get some further information about that and the details of it. So with that, thank you very much for indulging me in those initial comments. Thank you, Daniel Newman, for your comments that you've made, and I agree with that. And thank you for your big efforts out. I know that you're putting in out there, and others on this call. It is making a difference, and it is in the spirit of us continuing to work together to make sure that we can collectively address something that will otherwise have a devastating effect on people and their suffering and their loss of life. So at this point, can I pass across Phil? Maybe you'd like to introduce it, and then at some point we'll get Jim to come in and talk about the staff aspect and vaccination policy towards staff and, of course, for us as elected members.
Thank you, Your Worship. Atamare, good morning, members. Yes, I'll just make a few introductory comments. I won't duplicate too much of what you've covered off, Your Worship, or indeed matters that we're probably directing more towards the Tuesday morning briefings, such as operational matters. So the focus today is significantly on vaccination policy, and I'll hand to Jim and Patricia in a moment, and Mace will fill out some details that I think you'll find interesting in terms of the nature of what Council as an organisation is doing on the ground, particularly in the welfare and vaccination support area. But as the Mayor said, I mean, the big picture, not to lose sight of that, and I'm sure you're not, we're very focused on the 90% vaccination targets and working closely with other agencies on that. And within that, of course, there's a particular focus on the county's Manukau DHB area. And things are progressing in that regard. Look, the big picture is we've got involvement in multiple work streams, the way that I would put it, liaising with the business community, and the Mayor's mentioned the business support package. We've got good liaison with business leaders, and there's a body of advocacy that's borne some fruit out of that area. where we've been closely working with other agencies in terms of border management issues, which is to say that the movement of freight, the movement of people across the borders in a managed way. We've been with other agencies, notably the police, in practical terms on the ground. Very involved in providing for venues, facilities, spaces that are practically useful in terms of testing, vaccination, and welfare provision. Mace will give you a sense of that, but just to put a number in your head, we're now in excess of 60 council venues and bits of our property that are being utilised for that purpose. And you can imagine, therefore, the extent of liaison that sits in behind that, a really impressive effort by colleagues in the organisation to turn around that decision making and support health in particular and MSD in that regard. In the welfare space, you'll hear from Mace the scale of that. Again, just to plant some numbers in your mind, so a few weeks ago, the assessment from the Ministry of Social Development was that demand for food support in particular was running at about 10 times the norm as a consequence of COVID isolation. That's probably dropped, they estimate, to around 7 times the norm. So still tremendous demand in the community and a need for support, but the systems are broadly coping in that regard. We've been assisting, as you're aware, with that, and the total number of food parcels generated by council into the community is in the region of 3,000 now. Our focus is changing slightly now, and we're now sort of prioritising and targeting support for people in isolation in liaison with the Northern Region Health Control Centre. So, Your Worship, we could spend a lot of time on this, and I don't intend to. Mace will cover a little bit more detail, but it's probably in your interests worth passing to Jim now to lead out a discussion in the area of vaccination for the organisation.
Thanks, Phil. Jim.
Thank you, Mayor Phil. Thanks, Phil, and good morning, councillors. Look, let me just give you an update on our approach to staff vaccinations. I know that'll be top of mind for many of you, and of course it has been very front and centre in the conversations that ELT have been having over the last 9 or 10 weeks. We of course know that vaccinations provide the best means of protecting our people, and one of the things I would encourage councillors to recognise is that for ELT we have taken a very strong approach around ensuring that we support our obligation or make good on our obligation under the Health and Safety at Work Act to provide a safe working environment for our people. That kind of sits at the top of the hierarchy of our thinking in that respect. It is, of course, though, a complex issue for us for a number of reasons. The thinking in this space is evolving reasonably quickly. Government perspectives on it or positions on it have evolved as well. The nature of our workforce is such that it does make it quite difficult for us to divide our workforce or segment our workforce into component parts that the risk around which can be assessed separately. The workforce is quite organic in nature and interrelated in terms of the way it operates. A few examples of that might be, early childhood education centres are often co-located with active leisure centres or pools. There is a mandate in place for ECE. There wasn't until the other day a mandate in place for active leisure centres. Of course, we would have to think about how that would work. We have consenting officers who work in a number of our buildings who leave our offices every day to visit customer sites, building locations, site inspections, restaurants, bars, all those sorts of things, and then come back to the office to do paperwork or administration. And so the interdependent nature of our workforce, or the organic nature of it, is both complex but also leads us down the path of recognizing that our approach is to think about our workforce in a holistic sense rather than a segmented sense. As I said, some parts of the organisation are already covered by mandates or orders, health orders. Early childhood education is one that was covered by the education order. Now, of course, gyms and active rec centres are included as a consequence of the government's announcements earlier in the week. We think that represents, in the aggregate, somewhere between 10 and 13 or so % of our total workforce. We are still required, of course, to undertake a risk assessment in relation to the entire workforce. And so one of the things we've been doing over the last couple of weeks is a comprehensive risk assessment that complies with all of the relevant standards for risk assessments. That will inform our thinking as we move forward. The executive team is due in the next couple of days to make a decision in relation to consultation with our workforce. Of course, consultation is also a legal requirement before we put a policy in place. And so that consultation needs to be supported by the risk assessment. It needs to give adequate time for our people across the entire workforce to consider the proposition or the proposal that we put in front of them. We're allowing 2 weeks for them to consider that. A further week for us to consider the feedback from that consultation, and then of course we need to land on a decision with regard to our policy. You could imagine that will be around early December. A couple of other comments I would make. The government's thinking, and in fact the various industries and the way they respond, will guide some of that. That thinking will continue to evolve over the next few weeks and months potentially. Our consultation approach, or our policy approach, needs to be able to respond to changes as they might happen. And so that will be a factor in our consultation. We don't want to have to reconsult. Our preference is to consult once to set the foundation for our organisation going forward. We will separately have to give consideration to what that means for customers. That's not part of our consultation obligation to staff, but it clearly is a piece of work that we'll have to follow quite quickly. And we will separately, of course, have to give consideration to any implications as it relates to elected members and your ability to undertake your duties without compromise to the democratic obligations that we have to the community. And so that's our approach. As I say, some part of our workforce already covered. The rest of our workforce will be part of a holistic risk assessment that will inform our policy, our draft policy that will go out for consultation. We expect during the course of next week, subject to ELT finalising its decision on that in the next couple of days. I'd probably pause at that point and just see if there are any questions that I can answer or that Patricia could answer. I see Patricia's also on the call.
Yeah, what I might do, Jim, is just pause before we go to questions. Maybe we'll do the slide presentation and ask questions as a whole, but I expect the first questions might come back to you on this. So I've got a note of a couple of people that have got questions, but if I could just get maybe Mace to do his presentation, then we'll come back and do questions on any of the areas that we've covered this morning. So Mace, if you could go next, please.
Certainly, Your Worship. We'll just wait for the presentation to come up.
Yep, it's there.
Here we go. Kia ora tātou, Your Worship and elected members. Really good to be with you today and have the opportunity to just run you through Some of the activities and the engagement of Auckland Council in this response to the COVID-19 Delta variant. I can go to the next slide, please. Thank you. So there have been a number of objectives, but largely centred around minimising the spread of COVID-19 by supporting our community and also supporting our response partners, largely central government partners, but also the DHBs, of course, Auckland Regional Public Health Service, and significantly our community partners, marae, non-government agencies, but those core community partners that are so important in a response and connecting with our communities, and we've seen how that's been really critical in terms of vaccination. And importantly, disseminating that public information through our communications program. I'll go to the next slide, please. In terms of our welfare response, we've had a triage centre set up in partnership with MSD and the Northern Regional Health Coordination Centre. And that's really been about making sure people get to the right place. So it is about ensuring that the services those people need, they get those more quickly and directly than they may do. So that's been a significant piece of work, and it's been a very successful piece of work, and I acknowledge the welfare response team led by Greg Morgan as the Group Welfare Manager. We'll go to the next slide, please. So just in terms of welfare delivery, a relatively modest amount of calls, but the difference, I guess, in 2021, as we've talked about before, in the COVID response to 2020, is that a lot of the central government agencies and non-government agencies and community organisations have been more able to activate this time and had a planned resurgence response. But still, significant amount of calls that our people have been able to redirect and directly support, as you'll see in the bottom bullet point, 220 households with essential food support. So those are people whom couldn't get to a supermarket or a food bank or other place to receive food. Perhaps they were isolating, perhaps they had other medical issues. And that response has been supported by the National Emergency Management Agency through funding and delivered through our external partners. Next slide, please. In terms of other food support, MSD inform us that we've had, in terms of in September, 10 times the demand from our community in need to pre-lockdown levels. And that demand, whilst it has dropped off, remains relatively high at circa 7 times the pre-lockdown levels of food. There's been an all-of-government response to that food security and quite well funded through Ministry of Social Development, MSD. The New Zealand Food Network has been key in delivering that response. So that's food that's been recovered from supermarkets and also coordinating the distribution of that through major food hubs, local food banks, and other providers to be supported with CAI. Community organisations that I've said have provided the wraparound services and have been supported through MSD, Ministry of Health, and Whānau Ora. Auckland Emergency Management has also maintained contact with that food network to really ensure that those organisations have sufficient food to meet need, and where we've been required, we've been able to support that through the NEMA funding. Next slide, please. So over 2,950 grocery packs, which is equivalent to just under 15,000 standard food parcels, has been delivered to food organisations across Tamaki Makaurau. So those food or grocery packs are enough for 4 to 6 people and up to 2 weeks. So catering to larger households where you've got multiple families in those households or otherwise. That funding, as I said, has been supported through central government, both MSD and NEMA, or National Emergency Management Agency. And the council catering team in October also supported 1,450 ready-made food packs through to the Auckland City Mission, which has been really important for our rough sleeping homeless community. Next slide, please. In terms of that welfare response, we've been maintaining a really close working relationship with MSD and other agencies, including through the Auckland Regional Leadership Group, whom you've heard from in previous meetings, and participating to identify gaps in provision, including psychosocial support for communities heavily affected by the ongoing impacts of COVID in the community, and at the same time ensuring a readiness for concurrent events such as our Western floods, which were devastating in that community, but being able to respond to those events. And just the next slide, please. Just before I go to this slide, just some in terms of the council staff support, there's been a number of redeployed staff in this welfare response. So for welfare directly, those are the people making the calls into homes and households, receiving calls. Over 60 staff across the organisation have been redeployed into that area. Community food security, so those are people actually out there supporting the community deliver food. We've had 41 staff in that area. Contact tracing and vaccination, pop-up vaccination sites support 15 staff, and then some other staff, about 9 staff. So currently through this response, over 125 staff redeployed to support the response across the region and into community groups and central government agencies. So as Phil Wilson talked about, these are the rapid response landowner approvals. So these are sites that have been identified by community groups delivering welfare support for food, but also COVID testing stations, welfare parcels, vaccination centres, and in some cases blood bank drives due to the traditional ways of blood banks not being able to operate. So as you'll see in the central area, we've had over 15 of our sites, and these range from car park spaces, open spaces such as parks, facilities, halls, community centres, corporate offices, and also including some community leased buildings with the agreement of our community lessees. So across the central area, 15 sites in total, most of those of course being vaccination centres, as you see. In the southern part of the region, we've had 22 sites, most of those again being vaccination sites, but significant number of food distribution sites there as well. In the north, less demand, but 12 sites across the northern part of our region, and in the west, 7. We're currently also staff are processing another 7 sites to support the response across a variety of activities. So that will take us to over 60, as Phil said. And the final slide, please, Sandra. Just to acknowledge Ngā Matarai and Honanga Māori response. As you've heard before, the Ngā Matarai Manaaki Fund was developed to support whānau during the lockdown. A total of over $227,000 was approved through a range of grant funds for marae, mātawaka marae, mātawaka entities and mana whenua iwi. And that connection between Te Pau Whakarai, which is the name of the Māori support response set up as part of the emergency management functions, was closely related or closely in contact with the Ministry of Social Development. And there's further work occurring to how to support Māori and iwi, including mātawaka, in the remaining part of this COVID response, and then of course the recovery. Thank you very much, Your Worship.
Thank you, Mace, and thank you to Phil and Jim for your presentation. So we'll come now to questions. I've just got 2 on the list, so if you've got a question, can you please put it in the sidebar? I've got 3 now. First one, Councillor Chris Fletcher.
Well, thank you, Your Worship, and I acknowledge the work in a leadership sense that Jim and his team are doing to really encourage vaccination and safety. My first question is to Phil Wilson. Can you tell me the major events that we are participating in as a council this weekend? There had been some discussion of an event at Eden Park this weekend. I just wondered whether that's proceeding, or what we can do. I know there's one at the Wesley Community Centre, but are there any events that we can actively support in the city?
Thank you for the question, Councillor Fletcher. My understanding is that the Eden Park and Mount Smart Stadium events are continuing. There are a large number of varying sizes scales around the region. So I think maybe the most efficient thing would be if I circulated a list of those that we're aware of. We are supporting quite a number again on those in some of those sites that Mace has referred to. I want to acknowledge as well that for some of those activities, what we're doing is helping secure some incentives by way of food parcels, food vouchers, and such like. Those aren't funded out of rates. To simplify, this is where we're leveraging relationships with business and so on to support them. Depending on what the needs are, the nature of our support for them is varying quite a lot. But I'll look to circulate something after this that gives people a sense of where the activity is in your areas this weekend.
Yeah, the other information I have on that, Councillor, the one at Mount Eden, Eden Park, is being run through Ngāti Whātua with Eden Park Trust Board and focusing on younger people. And the one in Mount Smart is working with the Warriors and focusing in particular, but not exclusively on Pacifica. But it'd be good, Phil, if you can get that list around. Did you have a further question, Councillor?
Yes, I have a second question, and it's directed to Mace. And it probably comes into that area where the work is being undertaken by the Auckland Regional Leadership Group. But it's partly mental health and partly general information. Where and how can we better facilitate questions that people have, the services that they can access in non-emergency type situations? I'm detecting amongst people who contact me, there's still a lot of confusion about what they can and what they can't do in a medical sense, in a general sense, and also just from a psychological perspective, just in the queries that I'm having from constituents. I think that the length of this lockdown is beginning to take its toll on people's well-being, and I just wonder whether or not, where should we be directing people? Is there one specific information line on those types of queries?
Kia ora, Councillor Fletcher. Thank you for the questions. And just to acknowledge that, yes, this extended period of the COVID-19 response is having an impact on many parts of our community. I think Auckland Council itself, in terms of the ability to open up our open spaces in a managed way, has been a significant support in terms of what I've gleaned anecdotally and through my staff for Parks, Sport and Recreation, that role. Ministry of Health is really, and the Auckland Regional Leadership Group is setting their minds to that psychosocial support. So we will get back to you with specifics, but Healthline is the key area for people to be able to call.
Thanks, Mace. Councillor Kathy Casey.
Thanks, Phil. I've got a question for Jim and a question for you. Jim, I'm delighted to hear about the vaccination policy for staff, but I didn't quite catch your timeline on it. I know that you're going out for consultation next week. When do you hope to have it in place? And my question for Phil relates to that. Phil, we've got 170 elected members in Auckland. It's my view that they should be leading the campaign to get our population vaccinated. Are we looking at having a vaccination policy for elected members to support our staff and support the drive to have our population vaccinated? And if not, why not?
Okay, shall I answer first and then pass back to Phil? I'm pleased that all of our members of the governing body have now had at least their first injection, and most have had their second. I think there'll be a number of people, maybe half a dozen, and spread across some of our local boards that haven't. So we are encouraging people, obviously, in their role as leaders in the community, to do that. And should they choose not to, and should we adopt a policy for staff that mandates the requirement of being vaccinated, obviously that same policy would have to apply to us as elected members. Now, because people are elected members, we're not trying to block them from doing their job, but they would have to do their job in a different way, which would be, online rather than with direct contact to our staff or the public. We, however, will be working, and won't be handled at a political level. I think we're doing it subtly through our staff members, just giving that encouragement and explaining to people why it's so important for our elected representatives to show the way and to be part of the solution. But I'll pass back to you, Phil, for the other part of the question.
Or I'm happy to take that, Mayor Phil.
Oh, Jim, sorry, it was to you, Jim.
Yeah.
My apologies.
Councillor Casey, the timeline broadly is we'll finalise our decision on the content of the consultation in the next day or two. It'll go out for consultation early next week. That process, a couple of weeks for consultation, a week or so to consider the feedback. We'll finalise our decision on the policy in early December. We expect it to take effect from January. We haven't landed on a date in January, but it could be mid-January.
Thanks, Jim.
Thanks, Jim.
Look, I'll do a mixture of questions and comments at the moment because I see at least one is a comment online. But the next question is from Councillor Pipacoon.
Oh, kia ora, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Morena koutou, and appreciate the update and all the work that's going into the COVID response. My partai is in the context of, I know across Auckland, different communities with different needs, and it's raised quite regularly around the city centre and apartment dwellers who do have quite unique living situations that is not really set up for pandemic hygiene. But there's a bit of a gap in information to support the people who are now isolating in the city centre. And my question is whether there's going to be some targeted information to people, I mean, it might not just be in the city centre, but across Auckland, who are living in accommodation that is not really ideal for self-isolating, but are doing that for a variety of reasons. And it just, from what I'm hearing and seeing, it looks like there's a real gap of information, and whether this is something Auckland Council can pick up or whether we can ask the health providers to really look at some useful targeted information for those residents. Thank you.
Thank you. That might be to you, Mace.
Thank you, Worship, and thank you, Councillor Coombe. We can take that up with the Auckland Regional Leadership Group and Ministry of Health to get that messaging out, and also our own coordinate with our own communications staff. So I appreciate the question.
Thank you. That would be really appreciated.
Thanks, Mace. Comment from Councillor Fessor Collins.
Oh, thank you, Mayor. I'm trying to get my camera to work, but I'm not sure that it is. But anyway, hey, Mayor,
You're there.
Oh, cool. Thanks. Hi, everybody.
Nice shirt.
Thanks. I'm trying to bring a bit of brightness into my very lonely bedroom that I'm working out of. But thanks for allowing me to make the comment, Mayor. There were two quick comments, and one is more of a plea to senior staff, and I'll come to that in a minute. But I just wanted to say and acknowledge, thank people like yourself, Mayor, and in particular councillors Bartley and Newman, who I've seen on the ground in the events that I've been to, who are really active in the community. And I know everyone's got a different part to play. I'm not saying we should all be out there doing whatever those councillors are doing, but there's a real sense of confidence that people garner in the community when they see local leadership. So I just wanted to do a shout out. People like Councillor Dalton have been really pushing out information as well, which is really useful. And so I just wanted to do a shout out for those councillors. The comment I wanted to, and probably a plea, and I picked it up in your voice to the Chief Executive, Jim, is we acknowledge, especially for those of us who've been on the ground out south and are still dealing with a little bit of hesitancy and reluctance, and when we're often out door knocking and phone calling, so we're getting lists from different health organisations and the like, who are giving us lists to give people a phone call, and then we'll know how to target the vans that are going out, that are door knocking and stuff. And I just wanted, I guess my plea is acknowledging that there are certain communities where there's been high levels of hesitancy and reluctance around the vaccine, that if that is reflected in perhaps some of the consultation that you'll be undertaking over the next little while, my plea is for a level of patience and generosity when we're dealing perhaps with some of those communities who are part of our workforce, who might still be in that reluctancy and hesitancy mode. And that's all. I know the senior management are going to do that. I expect that of people like yourself, Jim, and others, because I've always picked up a level of patience and understanding and compassion. But I think it's just worth me saying that, because we've seen so much of that out here. And I think you're right, Mayor, the patience that you're talking about is running out a little bit. I know that on the ground when we're at the vaccination centres, there's lots of patience, and especially amongst health workers who are bending over backwards to make sure our communities are vaccinated. I just think it's an important item, something that we remember, because I don't want us to fall into the trap of let's just do it and hurry up and do it. We've still got to show a level of compassion. So that's my plea to the senior management. Thank you. Thanks, Mayor.
Yeah, thank you for those comments, Councillor. And I was just watching on television the other night somebody that was being held up by the so-called hikoi and abusing the police officer that was there. And I thought, for God's sake, it's time that we actually showed some support and sympathy for people that are on the front line, our health workers, our police workers, and everybody that's out there working so damn hard on behalf of others. They certainly don't need abuse. They need our unqualified support for the fantastic work they're doing. And every time I go to an event where there's vaccinations, just to see the nature of the service being provided and the warmth and the welcoming, we owe those folk a huge debt. So thank you for your comments on that. Question, Councillor Daniel Newman.
Oh, look, thank you, Your Worship. Find a trend of videos today. Look, at James Cook High School, they're doing a private vaccination down here for the students and staff, and it's going slowly, but it's trickling along. My question, Jim, some weeks ago I gave you some feedback in terms of my views about the approach that I felt needed to be taken. I think that the mandates that are coming through are brutal. I'm not comfortable with them, but I do support them given the extraordinary point in our history in relation to this global pandemic. But as much as possible, really wanting to fight for the retention of all staff, including those who are currently hesitant, can I just make the plea, if it hasn't been considered already, that beyond the obvious need to come to well, we're at a binary point really. We're either vaccinated or we're not going to be vaccinated. But if we can consider opportunities for incentives for staff where it helps them to get over the line, and also to also put the plea to staff not only for themselves, but also to really push it as hard as they can within their own bubbles to ensure that their own networks are fully vaccinated, because we will cross 90% in counties Manukau, but we will need as much headroom as possible. Everywhere will need headroom. And frankly, it's not just about getting to 90%, it's getting everyone vaccinated. So I would like us to, as an organisation, support incentives within our own organisation if need be to convert, and to ensure that not only is that council employee safe, but their bubble is safe, because we need to try and break every opportunity for transmission of this bloody thing. That's probably more of a comment, Your Worship, but if Jim is happy to respond, I'll be grateful. Thank you.
Oh yeah, Councillor, thank you for that. I didn't make mention of the work we're doing with our leaders to encourage vaccination of our workforce and use that as a vehicle to encourage vaccination more widely. So I agree with the point you've made, and we will. You have my assurance we will continue to encourage through whatever mechanisms we reasonably can the proliferation of vaccination through our workforce. So thank you.
Thanks, Jim, and thanks, Daniel, and good to see you doing the work there at James Cook. Councillor Angela Dalton. Angela.
Thank you. Just trying to get my camera going too. I had a question around the vaccination rates that you mentioned earlier, Mia, and that was the confidence of getting to 90% double vaccinated by the first week of December. I just wanted to clarify, is that just for Auckland, or is that maybe for the rest of the country? Because the anxiety that is lifting for Aucklanders is not being able to go away for Christmas to be with family. So is it, I mean, that's the next challenge, isn't it? That's where people will really start to lose the plot over the border restrictions.
Yeah, the figures I gave were for Auckland. That was the 93, 91 and 88 for first vaccinations. Across the country, it's 86.9. So the government has said that should we reach that figure first, then we'd move to the first of the traffic light stages. But that doesn't automatically mean that our borders would be down. The problem is that even if we do better than almost anybody else in getting a high rate of vaccinations, if we've still got a very large number of cases circulating in the community, which is currently running into the hundreds, then the government, I don't think, is going to feel able just to remove the border restrictions. What I'm really hoping is that, because I'm thinking of Christmas, and I'm a bit of a self-interest in this one as well, with my kids and grandkids across the border. If you're double vaccinated and you've got a rapid antigen test or a test in the last couple of days, that maybe there'll be some greater flexibility shown. The huge irony for us in Auckland would be that if the borders don't come down, because the vaccination rates in our two neighbouring territories, Northland and Waikato, hadn't reached the 90%, we'll feel a bit aggrieved at that, because we'll feel the punishment for those regions not being at the level that they ought to. So my guess is, reading between the lines on the PM's language and body language, that they would really like to have some system whereby you could have some family reunifications by Christmas. And that's early December is the figure that the Northern Regional Health Coordinating Committee has given me, when they anticipate we'll get to 90%. They don't have a total crystal ball, but we'd certainly like to think that there'll be relaxation within the borders and a slightly less restrictive approach across the borders. And that will also depend, of course, on, COVID. We've seen it in Christchurch this morning, and we've seen it in the Waikato and in Northland. This thing doesn't respect borders, even with the restrictions in place. But because I think you're trying to work with the compliance of the voluntary compliance of the public, they'll be keen to relax it as much as they feel it's safe to do. I hope that kind of partly addresses your question.
I think that also that decision perhaps will be taken at the end of December. That is said, didn't she, that they will review the numbers because
end of November, yes.
Yeah, around the travelling within New Zealand, depending on the vaccination numbers.
Yeah, and I think she said, look, hey, if it was 88.9 and it's Christmas Eve, there'd be some flexibility. Yeah. And it's a difficult job that she and the government have at the moment, because you're damned if you do and damned if you don't. But they are trying to walk that fine line. Sometimes they get it right, sometimes they don't get it right, but they are making the effort.
Right, thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Josephine Bartley.
Thank you, Your Worship. I want to take this opportunity to say something that I've been wanting to say for a long time. When the lockdown started, when the lockdown first started, I was delivering food parcels for the Glen Innes Family Centre, and they were getting food from the marae and other places. And I looked through the boxes and I saw that there was a lot of expired food, expired meat, expired milk, expired bread in the food boxes. And that really got me. And I started delivering it, and I started crying when I was delivering it, because I was thinking about how desperate people are, that they are so grateful for this expired food. Then I went into a meeting with Council Management, Councillor Filipina and Councillor Collins, because Council Patricia, thank you Patricia, they wanted to know how bad it was out there. So I was able to take my experience at that particular time and share it. And I want to say that I'm really grateful to Council for getting involved in the food parcel space and for doing food parcels, because I was involved in the first lockdown and it wasn't this bad. So I really do appreciate what Council is doing in the welfare space. I initially wrote because I couldn't see Council involved in our communities, and I was just thinking, this is the worst thing to happen for Auckland as a city, and where is Council? It was hitting Pacific communities the hardest. It was hitting out in South Auckland, and I really wanted to see Council get in there and help us and help our communities, and we are, and I am extremely grateful. I am so proud when I see Council recycling trucks delivering food parcels to our community organisations so they can get food out to people who need it. I'm so grateful to see James Parkinson and Mount Smart putting up as the venue, and Auckland Unlimited coming through with their event management teams to organise the Supervax for Pasifika. Phil Wilson and what you're doing. I know Phil's been worried that I'm losing it, but I'm just so grateful for everything that everybody is doing at this time to help our communities get through COVID, and also to support all the community vaccination events, because it is, this is where our city, this is where Council should be leading. And I do acknowledge your leadership, Mayor, to make sure that Council is there amongst our communities supporting. So I want to shout out to the Southside local boards, the Southside councillors, Councillor Collins, Councillor Filipina, Councillor Newman, Councillor Dalton, Mangere o Tahu local board, Le Maunga, Lotu and Reese, Otara Papatori local board, my own local board, Maunga Kiki Tamaki, Nick, Harry, all of us that are out there on the ground supporting our communities and putting ourselves at risk as well, but going hard to make sure our communities get vaccinated, because it's the only way it's going to save their lives. So I am extremely thankful to Council staff, Phil, Greg, Tamsin, Mace, Claudia, Patricia, Laurie, all of you, and everything that our Council people are doing to help support our community vaccinations, because that is the only thing that is important, is getting the vaccinations up so we can try and get ourselves back to some kind of normalcy. So acknowledge you, Mayor, your leadership in helping get our city through this. Apologies for crying, but it's pretty hard out trying to look after our own wards, our own areas, and then also the city. So yeah, thank you everybody. I'm going to shut up now.
Thanks so much, Josephine, and for putting your heart and your soul into it. We all recognise how much it means to you to be out there as part of your community and giving the help and the support that your community needs. Just before I take the last question, which is Councillor John Watson, maybe Councillor Bartley, if I can ask you to move, and Councillor Newman to second that we receive this report. I'll take it that you're both happy to do that, and we'll finally come to Councillor John Watson. Yours is the last question comment.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Mayor. Just a question following up on your introductory remarks in terms of the increasing impact on people's jobs, on their ability to earn an income, or and all the related things that go with that. We have had the an analysis of job seeker additional people going on to job seekers support. In terms of that that wider impact that probably most of us are hearing anecdotal stories about. Do we have any access to information, perhaps a little more refined area, even by ward or by local board, of the effects in terms of what I've just stated, people losing their jobs, businesses closing down, or businesses seeking urgent support, and thereby perhaps signalling that they're not that far away from going under as well. Certainly Councillor Walker and I have detected in the last little while in our area a lot more people under a lot more visible strain than was the case over a year ago in the first major lockdown. So I'm just curious to know, in amongst all the information analyses that come through, do we have the ability to get a more precise understanding of what the impact is at this stage in terms of, A, people who are losing their jobs within certain parts of Auckland, and B, which hasn't been quite so clear but relates to the first one, the number of businesses that are being directly impacted in terms of, possible or imminent closure?
Yeah, thanks, John. I think those are good questions, and I don't think that we have clarity of information around it that we'd want. Auckland Unlimited in its newsletter usually puts out what the number of people that are job seekers are, and it's indicated a rise in that field. It's harder to get figures on businesses. You've got liquidation figures, but there's a time lag there. And so therefore a lot of what we're doing is only anecdotal, and some of the businesses will not so much formally close down, it's just they won't come back into operation when we go to a better level. But I'll just ask Mace or Phil if they have anything more specific. I doubt that we've got it by ward, but Mace or Phil, are you aware of what sort of statistical information we've got there?
Your Worship, I'll take that one. You're exactly right. The information's a bit fragmented across different agencies and sources. I think we can do some work to try and pull a coherent package together. Some parts of it, such as job seeker information, are readily available, and there's some other work to quantify opinions, views, levels of optimism, psychological impacts and such like in the business community, so that can be sourced. But we'll take that offline and see if we can pull together something coherent and useful to members.
Just a quick follow-up, Mr. Mayor, if I may. Thank you. In part, the reason I mention it is that certainly within some of the communities that we represent, no doubt across Auckland as a whole, there's a real desire of people to support local businesses, and the obvious targets for that are the hospitality of the cafes, where that's evident. But beyond them, there are numbers of other businesses that clearly, obviously, require more support too. And what I'm certainly detecting is, there's a willingness of people to do that, to pull together as a community, and to perhaps even refocus that energy of kind of negativity that understandably has come about as a consequence of one thing or another, but to refocus that into supporting each other. And I guess without that sort of clarity, it can be a little difficult to direct that sort of potential, mobilisation of the community. We hear of businesses that, ironically enough, are doing better at this time, and almost thriving in these circumstances. But I guess that sense of what's really happening on the ground would be very useful to be communicating to people out there too, because what I certainly sense is a desire amongst significant numbers of people is to band together and to support those who need it, and particularly as it goes to maintaining employment levels and businesses sort of lasting this out. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for that, Councillor. I mean, the feedback I do get from businesses is that without the wage subsidy, and without, particularly with the doubling of the resurgence support payment, there'd be a whole lot of businesses that would be in desperate trouble, and a whole lot of people that would find that they no longer had employment. So, that figure is, I think, about $940 million a fortnight that's going out, and about probably these days about 3/4 of it's coming to Auckland. Look, with that, I want to thank all of our staff for the work that they're putting into it, to thank all of you that have been out there doing the work on the ground as well. It does make a difference, and want to show my appreciation to you for your work and for your leadership. So this item's been moved by Councillor Bartley, seconded by Councillor Newman. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. Carried. We now come to item number 10 on the agenda, and my apologies to Ports of Auckland people who have been waiting through our quite long but quite important discussion about COVID. I'd like to welcome from Ports of Auckland, Wayne Thompson as the acting Chief Executive Officer, Vanessa Matakatea, who is the Senior Manager for Safety and Wellbeing, and Jan Dawson, of course, who we had the pleasure of talking to, along with Wayne earlier in the week, our new Chair of Ports of Auckland Board. Can I also acknowledge for this item Chris Levitt, who's our Principal Advisor, and I'm going to ask Chris to introduce it. And then I'm going to ask, I guess it might be Jan, first of all, to introduce it, and then there's a slide presentation for us on this. You'll note that items 10 and 11 of the agenda are very similar. They're both on progress towards the implementation of health and safety recommendations, but I've deliberately kept them separate because it's important that the port can explain its progress in terms of implementing those recommendations, and then we can hear separately from Chasms on its independent review of those recommendations and the progress being made towards implementing them. So, look, just to put the recommendation of receiving the report, and secondly, quite importantly, providing updates quarterly from the Ports of Auckland as part of the quarterly reporting to the CCO Review Committee. I'd like to move that. Deputy Mayor Cashmore, could I get you to second that, please?
Happy to do so, boss.
Yep, so moved and seconded, and I'll just pass to Chris before we have the presentation from Ports of Auckland. Chris Levitt, thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll just very briefly provide some context before the presentation from Ports of Auckland. On the 29th of April, the governing body received a report from Chasms on the independent health and safety review of Ports of Auckland. At that meeting, you asked Ports to provide a progress report on the implementation of the recommendations in that Chasms report in July and October. Ports have provided their October report, which is attached to the report for this item. Overall, Ports have made good progress since the July update, notwithstanding the challenges imposed by the COVID lockdowns, which will be addressed in their presentation. As you've mentioned, staff recommend that after today's update, Port progress through their quarterly reporting to the CCO Oversight Committee. With that said, I will hand over to Wayne, Jan and Vanessa for their presentation.
Thanks, Chris, and welcome to our representatives from the Port. Jan, would you like to introduce it?
Sure, thank you, and good morning, Megoff and councillors. Thank you for this opportunity to report again on our progress on health and safety at the Port. Before we start our presentation, I just wanted to make some introductory comments, and in particular to assure you, as our shareholder, that the board is fully committed to the outcome of a work environment where all our people go home each day safe, sound and uninjured. An environment where our people look out for each other and are very comfortable and supported to call out unsafe policies, practices or processes. We're making good progress on implementation of the CHANS recommendations and our strategy for health, safety and wellbeing, albeit, as Chris said, somewhat delayed by the Auckland lockdown of now some 10 weeks. However, this is not a sprint. The changes that we need to make are not just process, but they're also cultural, and cultural changes take a lot longer than frameworks and processes. We're on a journey, and the board is committed to leading and promoting, and yes, demanding that the Port must be a safe workplace. To reinforce this position, the two new directors that have been appointed with the support of the shareholder have clear expertise in governance of health and safety and a direct experience in port activities. Management clearly understands and supports this priority of the board, and the actions they've been taking demonstrate this. Wayne and Vanessa will take you through the progress we've made on this very important issue at the Port. If I can just make one final comment and an apology really. I have the Air New Zealand annual shareholder meeting starting at 12 o'clock. And unfortunately, I may need to leave the council meeting at 11:45 if we haven't completed the presentation and the CHANS report. My apologies for this, but it's somewhat unavoidable, I'm sorry. So Wayne, over to you, please.
Thank you, Jan. Just checking everyone can hear me okay?
Yep, that's coming through loud and clear. Thank you, Wayne.
Thank you. Could we just pull up the presentation, please, if that's possible? While we're doing that, I just want to make a few introductory comments. Just confirm what Jan said, that this is a journey. We're pleased with the progress we are making, but please be assured we understand there's still a lot of work to be done, and we're focused on doing that work, especially in regard to building a safety culture. As Jan said, we can do policies and we can do frameworks and we can do work, but at the end of the day, it's the safety culture and the operations on the ground that we're focused on, and that's where ultimate delivery will be. Just want to make a couple of other comments before Vanessa takes us through in a little bit more detail. Pleased to announce that one of the CHASM recommendation was the health and safety, head of health and safety report to the CEO. That's been happening in that Vanessa's been reporting to me as interim CEO. But what we will announce to the company next Monday, that we've taken that a step further. Vanessa has accepted a role of general manager, safety and wellbeing. So from Monday we'll be at a GM level and a full member of the exec team. Just want to make the point, we haven't done that just to tick off the recommendation. We've done that because it's the right thing to do, and it also recognises the great work she's doing and the valuable contributions she's making as we're on the safety journey. Well, went on, and it's in the presentation you may not be able to see. We have kicked off a leadership program. This is an area I'm really passionate about. It is a full leadership program. It will run over probably a 3-year period. It involves all our leaders in detailed training, and it's got a focus about levels of leadership, and by that I mean lead self, lead teams, lead leaders of teams, and lead organisation. I think this is a really important component as we work through improving our overall culture, that we put time and effort into leadership training and improving the level of leadership. And it's got a very strong focus on leadership accountability as well. And as part of that program as well, there will be specific safety and wellbeing training developed into that program. That's probably all I've got, Vanessa, if you want to sort of kick in and start talking through in a little bit more detail. Thanks.
Thanks, Wayne. Vanessa, and congratulations on your new appointment.
Thank you, Mayor Goff. And kia ora koutou. Firstly, I hope you're all healthy and well. Just listening in on the demands on each of you through the COVID restrictions that are being applied at the moment. I hope you're all taking care of your own mental health and well-being during that time. So I just want to acknowledge that first. But thank you very much for your contribution in that space. So look, I want to just acknowledge firstly, I can't see the slides on it's still loading on my screen, but I've got the pack open separately so I can still talk to it, but just conscious I can't see what slide you're looking at the moment.
No, that's good, Vanessa. We can see the slide, but if you can tell us when we go to the next slide, so we're on the overview slide, then we can flick the slides over as you direct us. Thank you.
Perfect, thank you. So just in terms of that overview, those are the items we're going to go through. We've had our introductions. I've got 2 or 3 slides in relation to progress to date to give you an update on those recommendations and how they're feeding in. Briefly touch on our own internal COVID-19 management and the impact of those restrictions on our safety and wellbeing program. I am going to touch on the need and the impact this is having from a transformational change across the port. Wayne's going to provide an update on the automation safety case, and then I'm going to kind of close and lead Chas NZ into their progress review, hopefully. So if I can go the next slide, please. So the next couple of slides really are just giving you numbers. So it's a September update for the progress on the Chas NZ recommendations, 45 recommendations in total. 17 have been completed to date. And as you can see, we've got 25 in progress. We're kind of always working on all of them, but essentially closing them off as they are complete. The probably key areas to highlight around the priorities, the critical risk framework. When I talk to the impact, this is the one area that I'm probably a little concerned that stalled because of COVID impact. So we'll touch on that a bit more later. Fatigue management is absolutely a priority, and I'm also conscious that the Port Industry Association are working with Maritime to build a best practices guideline. So we're also contributing in how that can feed into the Ports of Auckland's fatigue management. Our underlying structure of what we need to embed is our health and safety management system. So that continues to progress and just put some basic structure and systems in place. And then we have also identified the need for a port-wide traffic management plan to specifically look at key areas of traffic concerns, mostly with our PCBU, other stakeholders. If I can go to the next slide, please. So the next slide is I wanted to just highlight, I'm conscious the last update we gave you was very much focused on the Chas NZ, and some of the councillors had asked where's the detail in behind how we're doing that. So we briefly touched on the fact that we created a safety and wellbeing strategic plan for the Ports of Auckland, which actually has 84 actions in there that ultimately feed into the 45 review recommendations. So that strategic plan is still, we tend to work to the strategic plan, therefore we'll achieve the CHAS-NZ recommendations. Of that plan, we've had 38 actions completed to date with 39 in progress. Both sets of the CHAS-NZ and the strategic plan updates are provided to our staff. So we do that on a monthly basis at the start of each month, give them the update for the previous month. Now I'm going to pause and highlight just for a second if you can see the graph itself. And this is just to probably reinforce the point that we're not ticking boxes here, and I am certainly not a tick box person. I quite dislike it, to be honest. But the recommendation forecast, you can see during July and August, we were actually down on what we expected to get our recommendations done. And this is just in our own strategic plan. So whilst we need to get these things done, I will certainly not progress them if we haven't achieved them, whilst keeping an eye on the CHAS-NZ recommendation timelines. So I will, in another slide, talk to the timeline changes, but certainly not, just making that point, certainly not ticking boxes to achieve what we need to. If I can go to the next slide, please. So I thought just putting in some words behind the numbers might be more interesting for you. The two key areas that were highlighted in the CHAS-NZ were the systems and culture. Those were the two key focus areas, a number of things behind that. But specifically wanted to pull out some areas that we're seeing, I guess, significant change in. The systems side of things, quite simply having an incident classification system drives that immediate accountability for actual and potential events. And whilst the port previously was reporting incidents and events, they weren't actually classifying them in a manner of how to manage the incident. So by simply putting in an incident classification process that determines, yes, this is a level 1, 2, 3, 4 type of event, you then get the ability to automatically apply some accountability on the type of investigation, the type of management, the type of engagement required to manage that event. So just that one little structure and system embedded in the port incident process provides a significant change. So just wanted to highlight that. It works the same with injuries. So again, if we're not consistently classifying our injuries in a certain way that meet a certain criteria, you're not going to get effective management and accountability and therefore rehabilitation in terms of injury. So we have gone back through the last 2 years worth of injuries across the ports of Auckland and specifically reclassified them on a set of consistent criteria for that 2 years. And there isn't a huge variance, but some slight differences. Just essentially so that I could be confident in myself that if we're going to aim for an LTI reduction as an example, that I'm actually comparing apples with apples. So that's the level of detail I like to get in to give myself that assurance so that when another injury comes in tomorrow, I'm classifying it in the exact same way that was done a year ago. So quite a bit of work to get to that state of just classifying everything so that we can now apply some specific accountability and management processes to those injuries. The next one, what we're pulling out of by having those two systems in place, is it does highlight that we've got some operational accountability gaps in terms of our frontline leaders and how they react to those types of events and injuries occurring. So we're working on some competency training for them. But also, whilst if we create a classification that determines a deeper root cause analysis of an event, we're finding that we're actually widening the scope. So what I mean by that is when an event occurs, what I have seen in the last 6 months is that the port would our operational managers would jump in and fix the immediate problem in terms of what occurred, but unfortunately aren't getting into that root cause analysis and fixing the underlying problems that caused it. So widening that scope and exposing that to them is quite interesting as well. So good step to have in place. So those are kind of the systems pieces. From a culture perspective, I wanted to just highlight we're not quite seeing individual change yet. And what I mean by that is each individual worker has not quite acknowledged their role in health and safety and their obligation, and I'm generalising that, obviously that's not all of them. But I think there's still some work in terms of once we've got the systems and structures in place, we absolutely need to be ensuring our workers have got that individual accountability as well. So we've still got some work to do there. Whilst we're engaging and talking to them and listening, etc., again, their acceptance of the accountability is the piece that we need to work on. From a consistency and accountability, if we're going to get that individual recognition, we need to see that across the board. So the frontline leaders, the managers, the exec, the board, etc., we all need to be accountable for our role in that. So, and our response to things need to be consistent across the board so that they get that trust. I can go to the next slide, please. So internally, in terms of our own COVID-19 management, we're dealing with it every day, like every other business. I guess we're not every other business in terms that we're in the border worker or border industry in terms of international exposure. So we've got some additional controls. Since New Zealand was put into Alert Level 4 on the 17th of August, only staff that need to be at the port are allowed on site. And that is essentially that is our essential workers. We've got all of the operational teams in work bubbles, so work crews have been defined, and those bubbles are secured in isolated areas, so bubbles do not interact with other work bubbles, and that kind of reduces that risk of transmission. And essentially, if we were to get a positive case within one of those bubbles, we essentially just close that whole bubble down, or essentially stand them down, but the others can continue. All of our border workers, as at the 1st of October, have been vaccinated as required. In the stevedoring area, we had 3 staff that were redeployed who did not want to be vaccinated, but we were able to redeploy them. 3 fixed term contracts were not renewed. So again, they had chosen not to be vaccinated, but they were on fixed term contracts, so essentially just not renewed those. And then in other areas, we're working through a process with 6 individuals that are not in border workers, but are essentially still discussing their options. We've got good compliance in terms of border worker testing requirements. We're surveying our staff on vaccination at the moment, just for us to try and get an indication from the first step as to whether vaccination should be mandated or not. That's something we as an exec are discussing. What are our options there, and how we intend to bring that into the port. And then we're also reviewing the options around rapid antigen testing to help reduce that spread as well. Go to the next slide, please. So in terms of the COVID-19 restrictions, I wanted to highlight that it was evident within the CHASNZ recommendations that we weren't going to be able to complete some of those due to restrictions. There were 9 identified, and I did this review in September. So we essentially pushed out those dates to November or December, depending on what the requirement was. So there was a request with individual reasoning on each recommendation put through to the exec and the board in terms of why we needed to extend the timeline on those. Ultimately, we've had 9 recommendations adjusted, and the key reasons for those are due to worker engagement and consultation. And it is something I've indicated previously that I'm quite passionate about, and I will not roll out a program just to tick a box, that we need to do these with appropriate engagement and consultation, or we will fail in these areas. So they either required that, or they needed a level of external expertise that we needed to bring in, sort of such as the human factors review. We may require further adjustment. I did this, as I mentioned, requested the extension in September, hoping we would be out of the restrictions by now, but so we may need to do further, but they'll review that again early next month. Next slide, please. I specifically put a slide in here around transformational change, and because I wanted, I guess, everyone to acknowledge that is what is required in terms of the health and safety culture and systems for the ports of Auckland, and it is certainly what we are seeing. We've got really good worker engagement and participation. So my team and essentially the management are actively discussing health and safety, and I'm frequently getting comments on that point. We're forming trust, and trust doesn't come overnight. So we are literally, as you can see in the photo, I love doing that, but it's, having the real conversation, sitting down and going through certain areas to form that trust, but literally having to be present and available every day to be able to form that trust and know that you're going to be there the next day when they ask their questions, and they are now asking more questions than they were 6 months ago, which is great. And it's just empowering their voices, making sure their voices are heard, and making sure they're forming that trust, that we're forming that trust. But what I wanted to highlight as well, whilst we're achieving that transformational change, the systems side of things is happening more behind the scenes. So things like the incident classification, as I mentioned, the injury classification, all of those things are kind of desktop systems and structures that we're putting in place that are not yet making an impact on the individuals on the ground. So I kind of just want to whilst we're doing some really great things and we're having conversations and we're bringing them on that journey, when we actually get to fully embed some of these programs, we will really notice the visible impact then, I believe. I'll go to the next slide, but I'm going to hand to Wayne here.
Thanks, Vanessa. I'll just make a few comments on the automation safety case, because there were some important recommendations in there in the CHASM report. This work's progressing well. We do have an overall safety system plan in draft. The what we're doing now is we're working through that plan, undertaking specific risk assessments and working through validating the safety requirements and validating them that they actually exist, they're within the system, and they're within the way we operate. There have been a few issues pop up, but we've been working through those well with our vendors. And stage, there's nothing that we've found that would indicate that this work is going to have a significant negative impact on the overall program as we work through and clear these issues with the vendors. Again, it's really important that we take our staff on this journey. So automation is now part of the conversation directly with our workforce. It's part of the agenda on the Health and Safety Committee meetings, and there's far better engagement and understanding, I think, right across the port on where we're heading. And I think it's fair to say too, a good degree of sort of acceptance that we're on a really good path as we work through this. I'll hand back to you, Vanessa.
Thanks, Wayne. If we can go to the last slide, is just in reference to the CHASNZ progress review, and Chris will talk to this shortly. As you're aware, we had that progress review in August, and a report has been provided for you. Look, we're really pleased with the positive comments that have come through on the achievements to date. But we also need to acknowledge that there's still a lot of work to be done. It's great to get that assurance that we are progressing in the right direction, and appreciate getting that report through from CHASNZ and their feedback and just their engagement through that review as well was welcomed from the workers on the ground, from the team at the port as well. So I wanted to acknowledge that. And then just lastly, within the first CHASNZ independent review, when they came through, they also did a safety climate survey, and we have just this last week, so it actually ends next week, implemented that exact same survey with our staff, so 6 months following the independent review, so that we can do a comparative analysis. So we hope to provide you the results of that in the next update. So just throwing to the last slide, which was for questions.
Yep, thank you very much, Vanessa, and thank you, Wayne, for the presentation. I'm aware, Jan, you've got to get away fairly shortly. So look, let's just get straight into the questions. And the first question's in the name of Councillor Kathy Casey. Kathy.
Thanks, Phil. I've just got two questions. I enjoyed the workshop the other day and I enjoyed your presentation today too. My first question relates to the new relationship between the ports and the Maritime Union of New Zealand. Could you just say a few things about the changes you've made to ensure that that relationship will be positive into the future. My second question relates to my delight at your recording of potential events, and I wonder how you are encouraging staff to I mean, it's a real issue, isn't it? How are you encouraging staff to record these? How are you recording them and reporting them?
I'll just make a few comments initially, Vanessa, if that's okay. In regard to Maritime Union and our other unions as well, so we're taking a consistent approach across the unions. Myself and our Chief Operating Officer, Mike Lightfoot, play a key role there. So we think it's important that we develop a relationship at the senior level with those unions. So for instance, we have contact with Craig Harrison, and we have ongoing regular meetings with Russell Main that I attend as well. In those meetings, we talk about the business, we give them a good, honest update about where we're at, the issues we're facing, and then we have a good, frank discussion, and it can be frank at times, believe me, discussion about any issues that they see. What we're finding is their input is really valuable, and it's actually adding to what we're doing. So we're building that relationship at that level as well, and I think that's, from my point of view, working well. Mike takes quite a lead in that then on a more ongoing day-to-day business, and you're involved in this, Vanessa. You know, we do have representations on the Container Terminal Health and Safety Committee from the union. That's has never happened before, and that's working well. And if we do have any incidents that require review, we bring them to the table as well, and that's really important in sort of building and sustaining the long-term trust. Can you add anything to that, Vanessa, please?
Yeah, look, so on the ground, the only other thing I'd add is that I think I can't talk to what was done before, but we're absolutely acknowledging the wealth and experience that come with our individuals, whether they be from the Maritime Union or their delegates or representatives within the workforce. So on the ground, absolutely having conversations daily as to these are the ideas we're thinking, what do you think? Getting their input actively, I think, is probably the key change in terms of that relationship. But again, just acknowledging the wealth of experience that comes with that. I'd be silly not to engage them, to be honest.
I'll leave the second question to you, Vanessa.
Yeah, look, so from thank you, Councillor Casey, for picking up on the potential events. It was one of the key areas I acknowledged fairly early coming into the port, is that unless an actual event occurred, there wasn't really a lot of investigation or follow-up done because it was deemed nothing happened. So a focus on potential events is really, really important. And we've done a couple of sort of, I wouldn't say significant events, but potential event incident investigations. And what the business are now seeing are the benefits that are coming out of those potential investigations to get learnings in place and make sure that we can get those in place before an actual event occurs. So how we're doing that is through that classification process. So every event that now comes in gets classified actual or potential. And then as an example, I could have an actual low level event with nothing happening, but a potential very high event. So we treat the investigation based on the highest classification at all times.
I think what I just said there, Vanessa, too, as we improve our culture, what I would expect is more reporting of these events, and we strongly encourage that.
Thank you very much for that.
Thank you.
Second question is from Councillor John Watson.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Vanessa, for your presentation. Just to follow up on that theme of labour relations, and particularly as it goes to some of the commentary you've made under leadership in this report, and how certainly that legacy has hampered matters in the past. Notwithstanding what we've heard today in terms of the ongoing contact and dialogue, is there any specific way or any way that you're anticipating in the future in which some more precise graphic illustration could be given, certainly in reporting mechanisms anyway, to that worker engagement and consultation. And I take that in the context of your comments that this isn't just a tick box exercise, and we know that trust and goodwill and stuff are a little bit, intangibles, and sometimes people on one side of the fence have a different view than others on the other. So is there any kind of mechanism by which in the future we can try and give a more tangible expression to what is hopefully this growth and trust and mending of broken bridges, if I can put it that way?
I'll make a couple of comments there. I think the answer is yes. And my couple of comments is the recent survey that we've replicated that Chasm did give us, I think, a good read. Yes, it's focused on health and safety, but I think it'll give us a good read on whether we're making some progress on cultural issues as well. The other bit is we did a very fulsome engagement survey last year. It was the first one the port had done in a long time, and that has given us a high degree of base data. We will repeat that survey. We would have done it by now, but COVID has delayed it, unfortunately, because it does take quite a bit of effort on the ground to get people together to get a high completion rate. So we have pushed that out into November, and we'll just reassess whether we push that out again or we can actually do it in a COVID environment, but really keen to get a high participation rate on that. And I think once we've got that survey back, it'll give us a read on moved or not and to what extent, and would be happy to share some of the findings from that survey once we've got it completed. Vanessa, do you want to add anything?
Yeah, look, the only additional thing I would add to that is a clear data measure you could use as participation rate. So there will be a number of things such as our health and safety committees, and that we're actually getting people turn up and participate but also contribute. So we are measuring in terms of attendance around those types of things. But we've also got a wellbeing program coming in. So again, initiatives that we roll out around health and wellbeing, we'll be measuring those participation rates as well. So I think that's probably a clear measure we could provide.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, Phil, if I can just jump in here too. One of the things that the board is looking at very keenly is lead indicators, and to Vanessa's point, that does include participation rates, but it also includes things like safety walkarounds by the board and by management, and also identification of key risks being escalated up from the workforce into the reporting system. So the board will be keenly aware and keenly looking at those lead indicators that will be on the dashboard.
Thank you, Jan, and thank you to our other two answers of those questions. So you've got no idea of how pleased councillors around this table will be that there is this sort of engagement rather than the standoff that we've had in the past. So great progress and well done. It's we're seeing some considerable improvement in that area. Last
Mr.
question.
Mayor, sorry, I just had another.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, John.
And that went to the fatigue management work that's occurring, and I think reference in the report was made to looking at other industries, and I think corrections was cited as one example. Just correct me if I'm wrong, but that sort of fatigue management analysis will be job or task specific, won't it? And the various demands of each particular job or task on the ports will have its own fatigue management lens put over it. Is that correct?
Yeah, sorry, I was just giving Wayne a second to see if he wanted to jump in. So yes, absolutely. There's a couple of aspects that will need to feed into that, Councillor Watson. One is the fatigue risk management system, which is a higher level view across the port, where we would address things like hours of work policy. Those things would certainly target more specific roles and what's required in that. Probably the second part of that is that fatigue risk management system certainly will look at rosters and hours of work. But I'm obviously quite passionate as well about well-being aspects on fatigue. So alongside our fatigue risk management review, we'll be introducing our well-being piece, which is very much a role profile driven by physical and psychological health impacts. So we will certainly be bringing in things like sleep quality, nutritional, exercise, health as well into that.
Great. Thank you very much for that. Deputy Mayor Bill Cashmore, next question.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and thank you very much, Jan, Wayne, Vanessa, especially for your openness and inclusiveness. And the Mayor summed that up. There is a chasm between where we were as a relationship and where we're potentially heading. So I thank you with all appreciation for that. My question is looking forward is around capability capacity of staff directly employed by the Ports of Auckland Limited and also by your stevedoring contractors to actually keep the port functioning as close to 100% as possible. A lot of industries are suffering from these deficiencies. They can't get people in, they don't exist, or they've left to go to Australia or anything else. How is the port coping in this instance?
To date, we're coping well. So I think we might have referred to this earlier in the week. We have brought some crane drivers in from offshore, and we've got some who arrive early next year and continuing to train our own people as well. And again, continuing to train straddle drivers. That has been harder in a COVID world. In regard to the entry to the port, I'm talking about stevedoring here, the container business. It tends to be at a lashing job, which is quite a hard physical job. But to date with recruitment, recruitment's gone well. We've had numbers. We run, prior to COVID, we're running workshops where people turn up in the evening. We talk to them about the job. We do some testing and then take them through a process. So I'm hesitating a little bit here. I don't see a problem in that area at this point in time. It's probably an issue for us at the moment more in some of the professional areas. The IT market is very hot, and that is very competitive out there. So if there was any issue at this point in time, it's more probably in attracting good quality people in some of the strong professional areas.
Thanks, Wayne. That's reasonably good news. Okay, cheers.
Thank you very much for that. Look, we've come to the end of questions. I'll just pause to see if there are any comments. If not, can I just thank our team from Ports very much and reiterate that, obviously the relationship on the ground at the port has improved between workforce and management, but certainly there's much more confidence between your shareholder and the ports as well. And we've seen some good progress being made. We thank you for those efforts and look forward to the continued progress. Before I put the recommendations, our next item, of course, is the feedback from the Chasms review, and you're welcome to stay online and listen to that as well. The recommendations are to receive the report and to request that we now move to quarterly updates to the CCO Oversight Committee as part of the normal quarterly reporting, in particular on health and safety. So I'll put that recommendation. All those in favour, please say aye.
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 To the contrary, no. Carried. And thank you very much once again to our ports team.
Thank you,
We'll move straight to the next item, which is the Chasms review of Ports of Auckland progress on implementing health and safety. Once again, welcome Chris Levitt as our principal advisor, but also welcome to do the presentation Chris Alderson, who's the Chief Executive Officer of Chasms, and John Harper-Slade, who's the General Manager of Health and Safety Innovation. Before inviting Chris and John to talk, Chris, would you like to introduce this item? Or actually what I'll do, even before you do that, the motion is to receive the summary from Chasms, to note the progress and to thank the representative Chasms for attending. Can I have someone move that, please?
I'll move that, boss.
Moved by Bill Cashmore, Deputy Mayor. Seconded.
Kathy.
Kathy Casey, Councillor Kathy Casey, and Chris. I'll let you introduce the item. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship. Obviously connected to the previous item, Construction Health and Safety New Zealand, or CHASNZ, undertook their review and were asked at the April governing body meeting to provide a summary of their subsequent review of the progress made by ports. CHASNZ were also asked to attend this meeting to speak to that review and answer any questions. CHASNZ's summary is attached to the report for this item and notes that significant progress has been made by Ports of Auckland and is complementary of the work undertaken by ports and those staff involved. The summary also highlights some areas that need attention, but I will now hand over to Chris and John to take you through their review and answer any questions.
Yeah, thanks, Chris, and good morning, everyone. I think it's still morning. Chris Alderson here. I'd also just like to introduce my colleague, John Harper-Slade, who some of you might not have met before. John's one of the 6 Chartered Fellows of IOSH in New Zealand, so he's a very well-respected and heavily qualified health and safety professional who did most of the work on this review. So any detailed questions, I'll defer to John. So I'll take the summary as read. I think the thinking back, when we first did our review, we obviously gave Ports of Auckland a significant number of recommendations and a significant amount of work to do in this area. And look, we also recognise the fact that this isn't going to happen overnight, and particularly with a new health and safety, head of health and safety being appointed almost at the same time as that report was dropped. And I think first of all, we'd really like to reflect on Vanessa and say, look, it's a brave thing you've done to take on such a large piece of work, but our views are that you're handling it well, and we're very glad to hear that that you're going to be elevated to that lead team, because I think it will actually help a lot in terms of just recognising the fact that health and safety is core to your business. So in terms of the focus areas, what I guess the key thing, other than what's written in the report already and in the details report about the progress, the key things really to keep watching and the things we would be concerned about looking forward are that areas such as in particular like multi-cargo, that we don't lose focus on that. And multi-cargo, as many of you will know, has got a lot of different tenants that work across that area, and it's an inter PCBU sort of relationship that's quite complex. And certainly if we saw in the area really across our review that we'd like a little bit more focus on going forward, it would be that one there. It's a little bit like the whack-a-mole game. We've been very focused on what's happened in the past, obviously in the container terminal side of it, but we also need to keep be very aware that these kinds of issues can actually pop up in other areas as well if we're not paying them attention. So I guess that was the first point. We're very glad to see that the climate survey is being repeated. We see the climate survey and the results of the climate survey also being a very strong lead indicator. So Jan mentioned the fact that we're going to be focusing on lead indicators in the future. Look, the evidence shows that climate surveys like that are very predictive of future accidents and injuries happening. And we'd sort of encourage that focus to be in those climate surveys to be a regular part of the business going forward, and reported through. The strategic plan, as Vanessa talked about, has been very focused on achieving the recommendations, and we see that evolving over time into something a little bit more holistic around not only just dealing with the recommendations that were made, but also looking to the future around where the port's going and future issues as well. So that will take time, but we recognise the fact that the first thing and the first focus was very much in dealing with those recommendations. And lastly, just really we were very happy with the work that's been done on the automation project, and about some of the decisions that's been made there. That was an area of high concern coming out the back of the review, and high risk. And I think the approach that we're seeing now is a lot more consistent with what we'd expect to see on a project of that size, nature, and novelty within an industry like this. So really, that's the summary of our review. I'm happy to take questions for myself and John.
Thank you very much, Chris, much appreciated. And it's a nice, concise summary and report, and we value the independent perspective that you've brought on this. And we certainly value the evidence that you've adduced that there is good progress that has been made, but also your focus on the areas where there needs to be continued focus. So let's take questions. The first question is from Councillor John Watson. Councillor Watson. Sorry, John, you may be on mute.
Sorry about that. Yeah, not much point talking to yourself, is there, if you want people to hear? So I just what I just said was your comment in the report about encouraging improvements in the relationship between unions and ports management, and you refer prior to that to speaking to key personnel, working on the ports. So I'm assuming that comment is informed by conversations with the actual union leadership, as well as the people undertaking the reforms on the port itself. Is that right?
Yes. So as part of the review, we did independently, obviously phone primarily the Maritime Union and had a discussion with them directly, and the feedback, was very good, actually. We were surprised at how good it was. And during the course of the field work, John, maybe if you want to just comment on the interactions with the workforce.
Yeah, so as part of the review, we spoke to a wide range of people who were working in the ports, both at a frontline level and at a management level. And that, one of the things we identified, which was really encouraging, was how the safety representatives across the port operations have much closer relationship with the health and safety team, and which has involved one of the union representatives actually joining the health and safety team. So it was really clear from talking to people that the relationships are improving, and that people just tend to be much more optimistic about how the organisation's investing in keeping them safe. So so really positive. You can actually, I mean, from a human point of view, just going into the canteen area where the workers are between shifts, just the vibe and the feel is totally different to how it was when I visited the business during the first review. So you can actually feel, really tacitly feel a change at the place. So fantastic.
Okay, so thanks. That's encouraging to hear. Final question, and a specific one, going to your observation about the multi-cargo area, housekeeping. It's described in the report, and how it's untidy and unsatisfactory levels of waste and debris. You also, I think, mentioned in your preliminary comments that the issues there were complex. So could you just expand on that a little bit? On the face of it, you'd think it's a matter of giving it a good clean up and making sure that things are spick and span. Is it a little bit more challenging than that? Because clearly, that has implications for health and safety and culture of the place and everything else. So could you just explain exactly what you mean by that? What has to be done, and how straightforward or not is that?
So obviously it's complex because you're working within a very constrained operating physical environment, and you've got work coming in the whole time that has to be coordinated with two stevedoring companies, MPI, customs, a number of other parties as well, trucking companies coming on and off, and they're working within those constraints. What we sort of saw was a level of, you'd call it sort of the outcomes of those constraints were the sort of poor housekeeping, the sort of potential compromises that were being made across the area. Now, I think a lot of those things, absolutely can be improved, within the bounds of those constraints. But it's going to take leadership and communication and agreement between all those parties on site about how that works, because their operations are closely integrated. John, did you have any more comments on that?
Yeah, I think for me, quite right. I mean, the things that you see are often symptoms of something else. So, from my experience, when you see an area that looks untidy, that kind of using your health and safety professional's nose takes you to look what's deeper and underneath. And for me, really, it's around how the leaders of those organisations that work within that multi-cargo area come together to talk about how they meet their ethical responsibilities for leading and delivering health and safety. I think that the conversation historically has been around taking a compliance focus around what should we do, what are our legal requirements as overlapping PCBUs, and the challenge there is that just doesn't go far enough to achieving the right levels of cooperation and acknowledging that different organisations, different responsibilities and different ways of improving that area, and that the things that they do overlap and affect other people. So what I think is the key activity that will improve multi-cargo is the convening of the Health and Safety Leadership Group, which is an action that they've actually picked up on and have convened that group, which is a group that I believe the Chief Operations Officer is chairing. And it's really that improvement of relationships between those organisations will lead to trust on how those organisations work together, which will improve how they learn about how that part of that organisation works, how the part of that facility works, which will lead to some improvement. So it's that learning and improvement process, really. And fundamentally, what also underpins it is that the facility, does show some signs of constraints in terms of age. The state of some of the infrastructure is poor, and we acknowledge that within both reports. And I think we did that compare contrast, which is if you look at the container terminal at Ferguson Wharf and the improvements to the infrastructure that have happened recently, and look at the condition of things like the pavements, and then go to multi-cargo where actually the pavements are actually in quite poor condition. In parts of the facility, we saw things like exposed rails and there were incidents reported of people tripping over and hurting themselves, and so you could really see how it's just a much more difficult area to manage, and without that cooperation between all the organisations, including the ports of Auckland, you won't really get improvement.
Thank you very much. Next question, Councillor Kathy Casey.
Yeah, thanks, Phil. I had 3 questions, but you've answered the question on unions, you've answered the question on the multi-cargo area, so I only have one left, and it's the need for an overall traffic management plan. Part of the issue at the multi-cargo area was traffic management, and I'm surprised that you don't have an overall ports plan. So how are you achieving that, and what's your timeline in completing it?
So that question's to Wayne, is it? And Wayne and
whoever can answer, really.
It might be better if we answer that, if you're okay with that, Chris.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the question's more for you, Wayne.
Yeah, no, key focus at the moment, a lot of work done on that traffic management plan. Can you sort of round that detail out, Vanessa?
Yeah, look, so there's probably 2 key areas of the traffic management, and that was the one focus in that multi-cargo area as a high risk in terms of all of those PCBUs engaging from a traffic side of things. The 2 key areas are, one, we needed to have a traffic management standard. So just what were the expectations around traffic management right across the ports of Auckland, no matter which area. So we've established a traffic management standard that sets things, very simple things like minimum speed zones, loading areas, expectations when anybody is travelling on the port. The second part is actually identifying improvement plans in terms of traffic areas. Some of that is required new loading zones as an example, so new safe loading zones where trucks can sort of pull to the side and be able to safely get out and unlock their containers, etc. So it's having some of those key focus areas in those traffic improvement plans. There have been 6 improvement plans created right across the port, and all of those PCBUs have been involved in establishing those improvement plans. We only finalised the standard and the improvement plans in the last 2 weeks, so we're now starting to lead into implementation phase, but very conscious again that implementation needs to be done in consultation engagement with all relevant stakeholders.
Thank you very much for that, Vanessa. Look, if I could just put a question to Chris or John, and it's a question that I put to the ports when they delivered their annual report to us earlier in the week. In the annual report, lost time injury figures for 2021 were 16, which is approximately 3 times the level that they were for the financial years 2017, 2018 and 2019. Do you have as the reviewer, do you have a perspective on what lies behind that reasonably significant increase in lost time injuries?
So I guess a couple of things, Your Worship, is we sort of view lost time injuries very much as a lag indicator, obviously, of things that have happened in the past. And there's a number of reasons why lost time injury rates change. And one is, the culture of reporting as well. So there could have been some, I guess, underreporting in the past, because typically, unless you see, a major change in the amount of activity on the port, they don't tend to jump around that much. We are trying to really work with businesses, particularly in the construction industry, to change the focus away from lost time injuries, because a lot of lost time injuries, when we look at them, aren't that indicative of future significant injuries and fatalities. So the relationship isn't very clear between them, and a lot of time and effort can be spent on chasing down relatively minor lost time injuries that will never result in a fatality or a serious injury. I think the work that the port's doing on focusing on potential is exactly the right way to go. And I think the leading indicators, things like the safety climate, are a lot more should have a lot more attention going forward. That's probably the insight I've got. John, did you have anything to add on that?
Yeah, I think just to acknowledge that Chris's comments there, that lost time injury frequency rates in the safety science community, we've been saying this for a long time, and not a reliable indicator of safety. They're actually just it's a productivity measure, and if you were choosing to measure productivity, you wouldn't choose that one. They tend to not be statistically significant in terms of that you can't accumulate enough working hours in a year for it to have any meaning. So usually worthwhile, if you're interested in measuring lag indicators, to actually report actual numbers of incidents, and as Vanessa's already pointed out, to call out those ones that have got high potential. Much more useful for the management team and board to focus on those. As Chris mentioned, lead indicators are really the way forwards. However, it always comes with a word of caution, which is that often when organisations try to develop lead indicators, what ends up is that we ended up counting safety work. So safety work is the work that we do in the name of safety, and not all the work we do in the name of safety is connected to the safety of the work that people do. So there's a word of caution in developing those lead indicators, is to make sure that they are measurements of capacity within the organisation that has a direct effect on the safety of the work that people do. So it takes some effort to develop those metrics, and I strongly recommend that Ports of Auckland continue in their efforts to develop a balanced scorecard of good lag metrics and strong lead indicators to have a better understanding of the capacities in the business to improve the safety of the work that people do.
Thank you very much. We've got a supplementary to that question from Councillor Casey.
Supplementary to my last question, Mr. Mayor, it was to Chris this time. Chris, in your report, you suggest that Ports of Auckland need some external expertise to draft or to create their overall traffic management plan. Can you just explain that a bit more?
Yes, so it's actually a bit of a specialist area that we've seen in the past. So what we see for traffic management, people who have done that kind of work in the past, what they'll come in and do is by direct observation, look at all the contentions between the different types of traffic on a specific site. So there is a review period. The process can be learned, but unless you actually have done it before, it's quite a complex process. So our recommendation was to find some experienced people who've done that kind of study in the past.
Thanks very much.
And just to add to that, and during the review, we observed that Ports of Auckland have actually done that they've engaged the right sort of expertise to produce a traffic management plan. And as Vanessa mentioned, are in the process of implementing and acting on that plan now.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. That brings us to the end of questions. So I just want to thank both of you for your contribution, Chris and John. I'm just looking to see if there's any comments that need to be made. I don't think there are further comments from councillors. So I'll put the recommendation, which is to receive the summary, to note the progress, and to thank the representatives from Chazens for attending. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
To the contrary, no. I declare that carried. And once again, thanks to Chazens for the good work that you've done for us now over a significant period of time. Really has helped make a difference. And also to acknowledge to Ports of Auckland the progress that's been made on your side that gives us a whole lot more confidence about the future in this area, and we hope in all the other challenges that we're facing at the ports at the present time. So thank you very much for that. And councillors, I'm just going to suggest a 5-minute break now before we move on to item number 12. So if we can come back at 12:21, please. Thank you very much. Just stay, you can stay on this channel, there's no change. We have 4 items left to go today. 2 of them are information-only reports. Item number 13, I think, will be relatively brief, but item 12 is a much more substantive item. So we'll see how we go on item 12, and then I'll get an indication from you as to whether you want to conclude the items before lunch or break for lunch. So with that in mind, item number 12 relates to the greater local board decision-making and equity of funding for community service. And what I want to do, first of all, there's a series of recommendations. I've added one recommendation, which essentially asks for staff to monitor the transition and the implementation of the new system of increased local board decision-making responsibilities and provide 6 monthly reports to the governing body as to progress and outcomes. So you'll see that on your screen as a new M. But I will get the recommendations moved and seconded at this time. If I can ask Councillor Daniel Newman to move it and Councillor Coombe to second the recommendations. Can I just have an indication that both of you are happy with that?
Happy to do so, Chair.
Thank you very much. Councillor Coombe? I'll get Councillor Coombe to reply in the chat bar. Look, I'd like to begin by inviting Councillor Newman as the chair of the Governance Framework Review Working Party to make some opening comments. And then I'm going to invite Phil Wilson to add his introductory comments. Phil's been involved with this area over a long period of time. We will then have a PowerPoint presentation from Justine Haves and Gary Pemberton. So, Councillor Newman, if I can ask you, please, to make some introductory comments.
Well, thank you, Your Worship. And firstly, I want to acknowledge members of the Joint Governance Working Party, both in this term and the previous term, who have been involved in this conversation, and to acknowledge the staff who have been working on this now for what is years, and staff can reflect on the journey that they have been through in relation to this. I also want to acknowledge from the outset that it is an incredibly complex issue conceptually for everyone to grasp, and you know, acknowledging that there are probably differences between those of us who have been on the Joint Governance Working Party for a long period of time, our understanding of the operating consequences of the decisions that we seek to endorse today, and those members of the governing body who are not on the Joint Governance Working Party. So for those who haven't been, yeah, this is a challenge. But what I would say, Your Worship, is that there are 2 parts to this. One is the local board decision making over local community services, and the second is the issue of equity funding. If I can just deal with the second matter first, the equity funding. The funding model that we're going to need to continue to work through is a hybrid of the initial proposal, and I think a worthy compromise, noting the political consequences to some elected members and some boards if we had just proceeded with what was initially proposed in terms of funding. So I think that, excuse me, my apologies. So I think that the compromise on the equity funding model is a good one, and it should be adopted today, noting that there will still need to be work done in terms of modelling the impact of the transition. But with respect to the local board decision making, I accept that this is a challenge. Understanding where local board where decision making should sit in the context of the dynamic co-governance model is one that does challenge people to look carefully at who is best placed to understand the consequences of the decision making, and therefore best placed to take decisions. I think that the analysis really supports devolved decision making, understanding that this is not a holus bolus level of decision making in a specific area for the reasons set out. I also want to just, if I may, reflect on some of the challenges that could arise through, or how does the organisation resource this people-wise to ensure that decision making is informed by the best advice and analysis, and say that I am confident that Phil Wilson and Louise Mason and others who work with local boards are well placed to understand what will be the resource required to ensure that the local boards are in a good position to make decisions, and that the advice will be provided, and that the people that can give that advice will be available to do so. So I'm happy to move all of the recommendations that are set out, including Chair's recommendation, Em. I have no problem with that. And I want to acknowledge the officers for the work that has supported us to arrive at the position that has been recommended in the report today. I'm happy to comment later, Your Worship, but thank you for the opportunity to introduce.
Thanks, Councillor, and recognise that there's quite a lot happening in the background where you are at the moment. Phil Wilson, would you like to make some comments at this point?
Thank you, Your Worship. Yes, it's been a long journey to this point, sort of 4 years or so. I've been the executive sponsor for the work for all of that time. In fact, earlier in terms of the governance framework review work. More recently, Claudia Weiss has joined me, and I'll just ask her to make a comment after I've said a few things at the front end here. Like the chair of the Joint Governance Working Party, I would like to acknowledge the staff, even at this early stage, Justine and Gary, who you'll hear from shortly, John Nash, but also a range of others who have had input through this, from local boards, from finance, from our policy teams and such like. So just a little bit of a shout out to them, but also to the Governance Working Party itself, both in this term and in the previous term. It's important to record that that what you've got in front of you, the recommendations, are very substantially those of the Joint Governance Working Party. So they're supported by staff, yes, and they've been through the executive team, yes, but they also reflect the recommendation from the political arm, comprising both local board representation and governing body representation. There is a slightly different approach suggested by staff to where things ended up with the Governance Working Party, only insofar as it relates to decision making around multi-board services. The team will explain that, but that's a direct consequence of the feedback from governing body through the earlier workshop sessions. So I think you should see some reflection in the recommendations around one aspect of concern that was voiced earlier. But just returning to if you like, the journey, I think it's really important for us all to have kept in mind through this process you know, what is in effect a long history, the legislation that created Auckland, the understanding at the time that it would be refined, the operation of it would be refined over time, the substantial piece of work that was the original governance framework review, the later processes that the Local Government Commission took us through in relation, yes, to the breakaway proposals for Waiheke and Rodney, but quite importantly, the response of the governing body in its submission in response to that work, where there was a commitment made to keep working on this and to progress an increased level of decision making, local discretion, if you like, for boards. So this keeps faith with that, and I would expect to, depending on the outcome of this, to need to close the loop with the Local Government Commission in time. As Councillor Newman mentioned, I do want to acknowledge the complexity and the competing aspects of this, and that some councillors through the process have voiced entirely legitimate concerns. There has been a lot to think about in terms of the transition process around funding equity. There's been a lot to think about in terms of the competing needs of cost management and efficiency with democracy, local decision making, and so on. The tension between consistency of approach and services across the region with the ability to customise services for local communities based on different needs. And of course, the impact that this has on the respective roles of governing body members and local board members. Those have all been carefully and thoroughly considered through the process. And I have to say we've done our level best to try and reflect into this body of work and the recommendations those things. You have in front of you, in a sense, two sets of recommendations, two issues to progress. One is funding equity, the other is the decision-making aspect. Unlike some matters before you from time to time where we would be saying they represent a kind of cohesive whole and need to be considered fully together, they are two separate sets, and it would be possible to progress one without the other. So you might want to reflect that in terms of debate and resolution. They stand together, but also a little independently in terms of what they actually have the effect of doing. Because of the complexity and what have you with this, we have gone back really to, and this is my final point, we've really had to go back to first principles. Funding equity sort of speaks for itself, so I won't labour that. Subsidiarity as a defining principle of governance systems, the idea that decisions closest to the community, that decisions should be made closest to the community affected by them. The recognition that local needs do differ across the region, so local priorities logically differ, so service levels might logically differ. The principle really of incentivising the right decision making, that local boards probably need to have more skin in the game in terms of making cost-conscious decisions and the prudent stewardship of assets. You'll see that theme come through this, and that in any system there needs to be checks and balances. Hence the reference to the ability of the governing body to set regional service level minimums and to retain some control over funding levers for major investment into community service levels. So I apologise for the density of this work. We hope we've done justice to it by answering most of your questions through workshop sessions and 4 years. Time will tell in this discussion. I'll pause at that point and I'll ask Claudia, my co-sponsor of the work, to comment.
Thank you very much, Phil. And kia ora koutou, your worship, councillors and members. I won't speak for long, but I would like to use the opportunity to thank Councillor Newman and the Joint Governance Working Party, but also all other members on this call and your worship for your ongoing input and advice into this work. and also all of the questions that you have raised. We have been very grateful for the information and questions you have sought because we believe that it has helped shape and enhance the document and the analysis that you see today. And I know that Justine, Gary and John have worked very hard to carefully respond to your questions. And in doing so, they have also sought and received the input and support from broader teams across Council, as Phil just mentioned, including our executive leadership team. So I know and I am confident that the information presented here today has been very carefully considered and analysed. So our team now will take you through a brief presentation, and of course we're very happy to respond with any further questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thanks, Claudia. Justine, I think you'll lead off.
Kia ora, Meg off. Thank you very much. And I'll just give Gary a moment to bring up the presentation. But while that happens, kia ora koutou, ko Justine Haves tōku ingoa. I'd like to say thank you for the opportunity to cover this item today, and to Councillor Newman, Phil and Claudia for your introductory comments. This is a complex topic, as Phil has described, and in the interests of progressing to discussion and questions, I guess, we do intend to take the cover report as read today, and as such our presentation covers a more high-level summary of the proposals and more recent key areas of interest. So I also note that the full report and the examples provided as attachments include a lot of additional detail and hopefully support understanding of these proposals. I can't see the presentation. I'm just checking whether it's come up for anybody else or not.
It's just come up now, Justine. So
okay, it won't be long. Oh, great. Thank you. So as Phil mentioned, this piece of work has been underway for a significant length of time. The proposals that we're sharing today have been shaped and finalised over the last 14 months since the Joint Governance Working Party approved the discussion paper back in August 2020. Engagement since that time over the last 14 months has included 3 governing body workshops, 3 Joint Governance Working Party meetings, that also included councillors and local board chairs, 2 rounds of local board workshops to discuss options and then proposals, and local board meetings to formalise feedback on the proposals. So as Phil and Claudia have commented, we've certainly tried our best to accommodate and reflect the feedback and the input that we have received in the material that you have today. The proposals have changed significantly in response to that input and feedback, and we're seeking to strike the balance in the proposals between local and regional focused outcomes and local and regional decision making. So the content of our presentation acknowledges those discussions, feedback and responses, and will focus on current areas of interest to support your consideration of the recommendations. As Phil described, the proposals are presented in 2 parts, as is reflected on this slide here. So firstly, we will talk to the decision-making proposals for the governing body that we're asking for a decision today, and that would allow for inclusion as part of the annual plan consultation. The second part to the recommendations relates to the equity of funding proposals that do require further development, and we're recommending would be considered subsequently by the governing body in 2022. So I'll start with the decision-making proposals first. And it is important to note or to remind people that for this work, the scope of this discussion is local community services only. So that includes local services such as community centres, pools, playgrounds, libraries, arts and culture centres, and parks. The proposals don't include any changes to regional community services. So with regards to the decision-making proposals, the objectives shown on the slide there are to increase local board responsibility for decisions over the spaces and places that deliver most of their local community services. As Phil mentioned, it's to make local boards much more accountable for their decisions over those services, and to align financial responsibility and accountability with changes in decision-making. So these objectives for the decision-making proposals reflect the expectations of the Governance Framework Review report from 2016 and the recommendations of the Local Government Commission in 2018. They also provide the opportunity to address points of friction between local boards and governing body. In terms of the proposals, the recommendations cover a proposed increase to decision making to the extent that is currently allowed through the allocations policy, but we're also recommending to extend that policy to include asset decisions. The recommendations provide for multi-board decision making, set minimum service levels, and acknowledge the increased resourcing required to provide quality advice relating to these proposals. So with regards to the proposals themselves, more modest approaches were considered, but it was identified that they would not substantially address the concerns or the objectives of this work. And broader-based approaches were also considered, but introduced far greater complexity in application than could be justified for the benefits realised. So I guess the proposals today represent a middle ground to that effect. It is also important to note that if these recommendations are approved by the governing body, these changes would be implemented over time. We will cover that detail in a later slide. But phased implementation does provide the opportunity to carefully monitor and report on any refinements that may be required as we navigate implementation. With regards to the funding allocation proposals, the objectives of these proposals are to increase the equity of funding allocated to local boards to better allow us to reflect the different levels of service need for council services across Auckland, to provide local boards greater certainty over future funding so that they can be more strategic in their decision making with an eye and a view on the longer term benefits and impacts of the decisions that they're making. The funding allocation objectives seek to improve the equity of funding, and as I mentioned, they include the proposal to move from funding assets to funding service need. This will also help ensure we can deliver to our communities of greatest need. They also seek to align funding and decision making so that we can incentivise strategic decisions, as Phil covered earlier, that are more cognisant of those longer term impacts. And in terms of the proposals, they include a recommendation to allocate funding based on local board factors. That includes both ABS, OPEX and CAPEX funding for local community services, as I mentioned earlier. Just a note there that this excludes slip remediation, coastal renewal and asset values, which has been canvassed in earlier proposals. We're recommending a transition funded by growth and future renewals funding, and this is an aspect that needs more work and is a reason why we are recommending that we present further analysis on this back to governing body at a later date. The proposals include shared multi-board funding, and Gary will speak to that soon, and fixed funding for the Gulf Islands. In terms of the proposals, these more structured approaches to funding are important if the governing body is to support local boards to make more joined up and cross-service decisions. And as we've said, local boards would therefore be empowered to make more strategic governance decisions rather than shorter term tactical decisions, as is currently the case. So in terms of the recent discussions that we have had with yourselves, this table represents the kind of key standout issues that we've been canvassing through our recent workshops. This table is essentially drawn from Section E, the Issues and Concerns section of the cover report, and from the Risk and Mitigation section. Discussions at governing body workshops have covered these concerns. We've also talked about alternative approaches and options that have been considered, and in some cases how proposals have been revised to balance concerns with the objectives of the project. So we will cover the first 4 of these issues in the following slides. So I'll just speak to the remaining 3 issues at the bottom of the slide briefly. So in terms of the integration of proposals, this ensures that local boards will have flexibility for service priorities within their funding envelope. So it gives effect to what is possible under the current allocations policy, but operationally is not something we've given effect to yet. In terms of the local government review, there have been questions around how well or if these proposals align with that direction. The local government review is underway, and the recent interim report shows alignment with this direction. Specifically, it asks what needs to change so local government and its leaders can best reflect and respond to the communities they serve, and what should change in local government governance, funding and financing to ensure viability and sustainability, fairness and equity and maximum wellbeing. So we think there's really strong alignment with this direction. In terms of the impact of doing nothing, the cover report speaks to both the Stuyven report and to subsequent local government commission recommendations. As Phil outlined earlier, this piece of work's been underway for a long time to respond to both those things, and a number of options have been explored to achieve these objectives. So I'll now hand over to Gary, who will take you through in a bit more detail those first 4 issues on this table in terms of the additional analysis that we've undertaken and how the proposals and recommendations reflect that additional work. Thank you, Gary.
Kia ora, Justine, and tēnā koutou katoa. The first of the 4 issues on the table was relating to resourcing for quality advice, and local boards in our engagement highlighted their need for improved analysis and advice on their service options. And considering those concerns, these proposals provide for a significant increase in the range and the complexity of the advice to be provided to local boards. And this in turn will enable more effective service options that have not really previously been available for council services. These resources will also contribute to a lift in the effectiveness of local service decisions. In arriving at this estimate of between 16 and 22 FTE at a cost of around $2 to $2.8 million per annum, we've included 5 key drivers. The first is around the transfer of any responsibilities from committees to local boards, and the impact on local boards over and above their engagement in those matters at this current time. We've looked at the support needed around financial analysis of advice and the financial management within budget envelopes. We've also considered how local board plans can take a more influential role and a significant role in decision making, and how that concentration on local board plans can allow for very effective decision making. We've also considered the complexity required in terms of advice on trade-offs between services and options, which to date have not previously been required. And we've also considered local boards seeking a broader range of options to consider around their services and the service levels. In the report, you'll also see we've identified some implementation costs at less than 500k in each of this and the following financial year. The key shift in the provision advice is the more significant role that local boards will play in decision making. I'll touch on that in this next slide. So currently, our local board plans are not as strategic as they could be under circumstances required here. So this change in a more strategic role for local board plans is critical to decision-making proposals. The local board plans demonstrate alignment with the Auckland plan, and they currently outline local board priorities and local initiatives, but they are high level, they are aspirational documents, and they do not necessarily consider the funding implications of those priorities. So under these proposals, local board plans become longer term, thinking about more strategic issues, and they'll reflect local board priorities in existing and in new services. Those plans would also consider the options that local boards have sought advice on and local feedback on those proposals. And so that local board plan now can make service decisions, including trade-offs between those services. So from this shift, service options and the advice support and resourcing is going to be less ad hoc across the 3-year cycle and more focused around local board plan development. So from local board plan adoption, local long-term plans can now incorporate the main drivers of local board plans, their local community services targets and their investment priorities. Local board agreements currently reflect annual service delivery measures and targets and how those services will be funded, and this work supports these local board agreements. And in terms of the delivery of the agreements, work programs set out each year the local board program of work for that year and for the following 2 years. And so we're seeing here that leveraging these planning processes and delivering a consistent and integrated approach to decision making will result in a gradual and a phased implementation of decision making. And Justine alluded to this in the opening comments. And so currently our planning cycle incorporates 4 key planning processes, including our work programs. So this proposed implementation across annual plans, local board plans, and long-term plans results in phased increases in local board decision making over a period of around 2.5 years. The current work program flexibility continues. The annual plan changes proposed under this paper would bring greater flexibility within the existing service delivery activities. Subsequently, asset variations can be made as further advice is received and those contracts can be varied. Then following our local board elections, the work on local board plans commences and are developed, and these plans will allow for those more significant service level changes. And so the increasing responsibility is now becoming clear. The more significant of those changes would require long-term plans to provide for those more significant changes, and this is where the funding impacts, including any new funding impacts, would come to bear. So thinking about the funding approach, and this comes back to the impact of these changes on council activities. So this chart represents the funding under the current long-term plan 2021-31 and demonstrates where the funding is currently being applied by service. Significant of this investment occurs outside the scope of these proposals, as Justine has highlighted, and they remain unchanged. And within those investment lines, we see a number of the benefits from amalgamation. So transport, Three Waters, arts, events, culture and heritage, and our regulatory and planning services. When we look into the local community services funding scope, there are still some significant benefits from amalgamation here, and these will be unaffected by these proposals. So key examples would be full facility contracts, or Project 17 if you like, and integrated workforce approaches that are in place currently at libraries and at our pools and leisure facilities. So today's proposals relate to how decision making over these local community services, 16% shown of this pie, can better represent diverse local needs and interests. So this example demonstrates current funding amounts. Within that scope, $4.9 billion is spread across these activity lines shown here. Local boards currently have some responsibility on some of these elements, and these proposals will increase responsibilities, but by varying degrees. So you'll see under service delivery, we would see increased local board flexibility and local board prioritisation across services. Under asset delivery, we would see, enable existing local flexibility, such as the service levels that are provided for within those full facilities contracts. So under renewals, where local boards currently have flexibility over a 3-year period, we would see increased flexibility supporting longer term service and renewals planning. And finally, under asset delivery, we would see here responsibilities being transferred from the governing body to local boards in how new investments are decided upon and are funded. highlighted earlier in the slide pack were discussions and revisions to the proposals around multi-board services. So whilst multi-board services make up less than 10% of that local community services funding pool, it has generated considerable interest. Within that interest, concerns have been raised about whether there should be a decision-making role for the governing body, given the sub-regional nature of the multi-board services being considered. And in the current report, the recommendation is for a shared decision-making responsibility over these multi-board services. So whilst the funding would remain local, or ABS, as we describe it, the responsibility for those decisions would be shared 50-50. So the governing body committee relevant to these community services would represent the sub-regional interests in decision-making. Local boards would represent the local interests in the other 50% of decision-making. So in terms of the further work for funding, the area of investigation here relates to the allocation of funding to a multi-board service program that would be administered underneath this structure. Moving on to some examples that have been provided just in terms of how these proposals might play out and some of the decision-making examples that you're familiar with. These scenarios were provided to increase your understanding around these proposals and hopefully develop some more depth about the nature of the changes and indeed what's not changing. These were circulated with your agenda papers and as attachment C. So finally, to the implementation of these proposals, and as discussed before, the proposals in front of you for decision making are intended to be consulted on through the annual plan in 22-23. The key aspects of consultation will be around the local board flexibility over services, local board flexibility over within the funding allocation, and relating to the multi-board service identification. Within this engagement with the public over the decision-making changes, it will highlight that there are no significant changes to result directly from your decision. It will be in the local board decisions subsequently that will change service levels, and that these changes will be consulted on through local board plans as we discussed earlier. The second half of the proposals relates to funding. Key areas here are relating to the funding allocation approach and multi-board service funding. So in this relating to the flexibility of funding, we will be further investigating the potential impact on funding sources under this allocation approach. And your decisions today on multi-board services will also inform the outcomes for multi-board service funding. So that concludes our brief summary of the issues that have been traversed over those many meetings and workshops that Justine described. Thank you for the opportunity. I'm going to hand back to your worship, Mayor, for next steps.
Thanks, Gary and Justine. Look, I think what we'll do at this point is just run it in the normal manner. We'll take questions first. I'm aware that this has been workshopped, and I've certainly raised a lot of questions through workshops and directly with staff. And then we'll move to comments and then have a vote on the proposals. So starting with the questions, Councillor Pipacoom is first up.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and kia ora koutou, all those who've been involved in this substantial piece of work. I have got 3 questions, if I may. And apologies if this is buried in the report or has been covered, but I just wondered if this is perhaps a question to Justine around if you could just clarify how what's proposed in terms of the decision making for local boards actually also strengthens the governing body role.
Thank you for the question. So I think kind of returning, I suppose, to the objectives of this piece of work, the recommendations and the proposals reflect the objective to increase local board responsibility for local decisions. So as Gary's described, there will still be, based on the proposals, a very important role for governing body in terms of decisions over multi-board services, and there will be no change to regional community services. So the way in which governing body and local boards work together in terms of a cohesive and overall view of community services will be, very important. What we are recommending is the ability for flexibility for local boards across their service set, I guess, within their local board area, and the funding associated with that.
Thank you. Just in terms of that sort of theme around how this is strengthening overall the governance model, on our governing body reports, we have the heading of local board input. Can you envisage that local board reports will need to be amended so that they can provide also for a governing body input section, just to sort of show that relationship?
That's a new question. I'm just thinking that one through. I guess that would be possible, but I suppose I just would like to be clear that the analysis that we've done so far in terms of resourcing implications in particular anticipates the movement, I suppose, from governing body or committee to local boards rather than a reversal of the input and the decision. So there would be implications of that we haven't considered. So I guess I'm saying it would be possible, but it hasn't been contemplated at this stage.
Thank you.
If I may just add to that response, the nature of the advice that officers would provide local boards on their service decisions would reference any existing material such as our community facilities network plan or our open space plans and that type of thing. So there's certainly that input to the advice that local boards are receiving. And in terms of the proposals for multi-board services, which are a very high-profile set of services, as we've described, there's the shared decision-making approach as well.
Okay, well, maybe that needs to be something that's put on the radar, because I guess I'm just thinking around that this is, we're looking at strengthening the governance model overall, so it's not really just a one-way street, and that's probably something that needs to be fleshed out further. Sorry, and may I just, Mr. Mayor, I've just got one other question.
Yep, go ahead.
I was going to kind of pass this up because the report is so thorough and there's so much analysis, but the climate impact statement makes this comment, which pops up every now and again, that the matters discussed in this report do not have a direct impact on climate change. I just don't see how that can make sense in the context of this bit of work, because if local board decision making, this is to strengthen local board decision making, this means that they could be looking at how they're implementing their localised climate impact, climate plans, how they might be doing initiatives locally, what they might be doing in terms of community services that they want to deliver through a climate lens, all sorts of all sorts of things. So I would have thought the starting point for that climate impact statement should really be, we have a climate plan. This is how this, if we support what's proposed, this will actually strengthen that strategic work at a local level.
Yes, I agree that that's an entirely possible outcome, I suppose, of these recommendations. And I guess it's what we were seeking to suggest in the second sentence, which is that absolutely the local boards will have the opportunity to increase their focus in this area, and that the impacts and implications of that would be provided in subsequent advice.
Yeah.
So I guess it's more a timing question. So that was our intention in terms of the statement made there.
Thank you for that clarification, and I have made this plea before, but perhaps the authorisers of reports could just ensure that that sentence doesn't really pop up again, because it just doesn't make sense for any decision making across council. But that's a plea I've made before. And Mr. Mayor, if I could, I would like to comment when the opportunity arises. Thank you. And to speak in support. Thank you.
Next question comes from Councillor Wayne Walker.
Sure. Hi, Phil. I've got some related questions. It's easier if I just raise them, and the officers can pick them up or pick them off accordingly. So one of the issues I've got is just the larger context in terms of the change that's underway. I'm referring to the Three Waters reforms, the imposition of planning overlays over our city, the financial constraints that are essentially dictated to by government, and the very much changed nature of local government, the review that's underway. So I've just got a real question around managing further change as it goes to this change that I would suggest will be impacted on significantly by those larger changes. Moving on to the next issue, and that goes to baseline information around all the facilities that are under local boards, the different funding models that are presently in place across local boards that go to ownership, that go to leasing, that go to how things are funded. I've raised earlier, for example, the differences in the way youth centres are treated, which varies incredibly from location to location. The same thing applies to community centres and the like. A related issue just goes to how we're going to deal with engagement on the part of the public, because it's complicated enough as it is for members of the public to figure out how to interact with the council and then local boards. I see a further complication here. And I guess the other question just goes to, I would suggest, the dramatically increased workload and competency requirements that this is all going to mean for local boards, against an understanding where the role of many people in local boards has been proposed and continues to be a very part-time role, and just how they will frankly cope. So there's some issues that I'd raise, and I guess in terms of how we're approaching something like this, it would be good to have some specific examples and maybe even consider a trial or two. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor. There's quite a few questions in there, so Justine and Gary, you might like to work your way through what you discerned out of those questions and comments.
Great, thank you. And I'll start, and then perhaps Gary can follow up with additional comments. So with regards to the first question around the nature of other changes that are underway at the moment, I guess that is where it's really important to recognise that here we're talking about local community services. So some of those other changes that are being explored and contemplated do relate to areas beyond local community services. And as we mentioned, in particular with the local government review that's underway, we do believe that there is strong alignment here in this direction. In terms of the question around engagement and what this means for members of the public, as Gary outlined earlier, significant service changes will be consulted through the local board plan process. So we actually think this gives strength to that consultation. It is obviously consultation that already happens, but we believe that this provides the mechanism for that consultation to be much more meaningful at a local level. And we do acknowledge that that will require additional effort to ensure the public understand the things that are being contemplated, but that is where we also recognise the additional resourcing required to support the quality advice, which will inform the options that local boards can consider. So that perhaps speaks to your third question around the operational implications. So as Gary outlined, we've sought to understand what that means from a staff perspective, but we have also sought input from local board services in terms of the implications for this in implementation. And the feedback that we've had in that regard is that there's essentially a shift, I suppose, in the level of activity that local boards currently undertake, local board members currently undertake in terms of forming their advocacy to the governing body, that activity can essentially, or that resource effort, I guess, can essentially be repurposed to this set of decision making rather than advocacy. So hopefully that answers your questions. Gary, did you want to add anything to that?
Thanks, Justine. Just adding to the response to your second question, in terms of the public engagement and change, Justine's covered very, very well how that local board plan consultation process would work. And in terms of the effectively consolidating decision-making responsibilities that are currently split between the governing body and local boards in respect of these local community services, should provide more clarity to residents of those local boards, rather than needing to understand the responsibilities for the service delivery from some of those assets versus the governing body's role in funding those assets. So providing local boards a more comprehensive role there should provide some clarity to residents in terms of local community services.
Thank you. Councillor Al Filipaina.
Thank you, Your Worship, and just want to acknowledge all our staff before I ask all my questions. So, Your Worship, just to get some process in place, do you want me to ask? There's about 4 I've got, but they're very quick ones. So do you want me to ask 2 and then wait?
No, look, I think if you put all 4 together, and then we can get Gary and Justine to answer them collectively.
Okay, look, it's the first one's about process. What happens after the election next year and the new incoming governing body is not supportive of the way where we are heading with this recommendations, please? That's number 1.
Your Worship, Phil Wilson, I'll take that first one. I mean, essentially, where this is headed is to redo the decision allocation table, which is a feature of the long-term plan. And yes, any subsequent council governing body can choose to change that, but requires to do consultation in the process of doing so. So a future council is not bound by decisions, but there would certainly need to be a process gone through and a re-engagement with the boards around that.
Okay, Phil, supplementary to that, my first question, you mentioned the long-term plan. Because this is significant, why aren't we waiting for the long-term plan in regards to going out to our community because of its significance in regards to the pūtea and in regards to the mahi associated to this?
Through the Worship, well, actually, Councillor, we did wait for the last one, couldn't get the airtime for that consideration in the last LTP, so it's the decision making that you're being challenged with now is with a view to the next one.
Okay, question is, when region, as in the governing body at this stage, sets the hours, and if I use the libraries as an example, now what happens in regards to the decision making around the regional decision? And I'm not talking about the hours, if it's 10 hours opening for example, who has the decision in regards to reducing those hours? With the local boards, do they have the ability to reduce the hours? And if hypothetically 10 hours, they reduce it to 9, is that a possibility and could happen?
I'll go back to you, Gary, if that's okay.
Thanks, Phil. And Councillor Ruff, yes, that is the approach to be taken here, subject to the local board then having alternative uses for any resources that were being applied to that additional hour. And this is really tracing us all the way back to that local board plan in terms of the local board engaging with its community and its interests and priorities. So obviously that decision would need to be demonstrated in line with the feedback of its community, and I would fully expect that to be the case.
So Gary, supplementary then, so why are we setting the hours of service if it can be changed by the local boards?
I'm sorry, the hours of service would become a local board responsibility, subject to the minimum service level that has been set and the hours per week.
So Gary, who sets those minimum service levels?
They're with the governing body, and the current proposed minimum service levels would be revisited and potentially revised at each LTP.
At each LTP, but do they have the ability to change those? That's the question I've asked, Gary, is around those minimum service levels.
Yes, the process that Phil Wilson just described would be followed in that focused aspect, just in terms of investigating the benefit of changing that minimum service level relative to Auckland-wide priorities versus local priorities. And that's how those proposals were established in the first place. So that would be the maintenance approach.
If I might, Councillor Filipina, if your question is, can a local board in itself change a minimum service level and go lower than that, the answer is no.
Oh, okay, yeah, that was the question. So I'm glad you understood that, Phil. Sorry, Gary, if I did explain it properly, but
no, my apologies for misunderstanding.
Yeah, no, that's all right. Your Worship, I've just got two more, and that's it. Your Worship, this particular question is around our assets. Now, the assets will go to the local board, but would those assets be of the type that we're currently going through with our asset recycling and premises that have been approved or are in discussion around sale?
No, so this relates to local community service and service assets, not non-service assets. So what it does afford is the opportunity for local boards to understand the requirements of their portfolio as a whole and to perhaps more effectively give effect to the intent of the optimisation policy, but it doesn't relate to non-service assets or asset disposal as such.
Okay, Justine, again, sorry, Your Worship, about this, but I just need to get my head clear around this. Not the assets, but Justine, look, I better leave it because I need to sort of hand it over to somebody else and everything else. But Your Worship, my last question is, I've heard so many, even through our working group, about staff giving advice, and they give advice. What happens if the advice is ignored?
I guess that's possible under the current arrangements as well. So the important thing that we've recognised in our assessment of the resourcing implications is the increased complexity of the advice that will be required and, as I mentioned, the genuine need to explore options. So what we anticipate through that process that Gary described in terms of a local board identifying ahead of their local board plan what they might like to consider in terms of redistribution of service investment. A really important aspect of that will be the options and the assessment of implications of those options provided in the advice. So the advice doesn't need to be followed, but it will need to be full and comprehensive to ensure that decision makers are fully informed.
Okay, that still doesn't save the problem. Okay, look. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thanks, Councillor. Just a couple of supplementaries to Councillor Filippina's questions. Who decides whether an asset is a service or a non-service asset, and what's the process there?
So that's quite a comprehensive process that is based on an understanding of service need. So where there is a service need within the community and a confirmed ongoing service need, then assets are classified as service assets. The asset recycling process therefore focuses predominantly on assets that have been considered no longer required for service. So there's quite an extensive process that is followed to make that assessment, and that process is led by Community Facilities and Eki Panuku, and significant internal consultation in terms of staff advice supports that assessment.
But the decision, sorry, it should have been a bit clearer, the decision as to where to transfer something from being a service to a non-service asset or vice versa, is that made at the governing body level?
That's right, yeah.
Okay, thank you. This is a pretty wide-ranging question, but if something went terribly wrong with us and we had rogue decisions being made at a local level, what would be the process for remediating a situation like that?
I think there's probably two parts to my answer, but I'd like Gary to have a chance to follow up as well. I think as has been described, the minimum service levels are a really important aspect of this, and as was clarified by Phil, local boards will be required to adhere to the minimum service levels. So there's certainly the opportunity for those to be reviewed, as Gary mentioned, through each long-term plan. So if there's an unintended consequence, that can be addressed. I think too, though, the phased implementation is a really important aspect of this, to make sure that we've got time to prepare, to build the capability that's needed of both staff in terms of the advice that's needed to be provided, and in terms of local board members understanding the implications of this. So the suggested recommendation of monitoring and regular reporting will also enable us to keep a close eye on implementation as it progresses.
If I could just tighten that question a little, if the governing body perceived something that was happening at a local board level that had, in its views, unacceptable consequences, do you have to wait for the long-term plan to determine a minimum service level, or can you do that? Can you do that at any time?
We've anticipated that happening through the long-term plan.
You see where I'm driving at. If we saw something going terribly wrong, unanticipated, nobody outside a particular small group of people thought that it was sensible, you could remediate it by altering the minimum service level, but how quickly could you do that?
Yeah, I guess the important aspect here, where we're talking about significant change, is that local board plan consultation process. So, so as we mentioned, the service priorities would be identified prior to development of a local board plan, and the advice that we provided would need to be really thorough in terms of those implications. So.
So you'd try to do the fence at the top of the cliff by, they would have to signal, say, a disposal of something that might have been seen as a fundamental, an asset of fundamental importance. You'd be able to pick that up at an early level, and
that's right.
So it wouldn't come as a bombshell. Okay,
No,
I think
right.
I think that helps me. Next question, Desley Simpson.
Thanks, Mayor. My first question is to Phil Wilson. Phil, you said that the recommendations here were as a result of the joint working parties thinking. Can you just confirm, was the joint working party unanimous in their decisions around this?
Look, to be honest, Councillor, I don't have that in front of me. I think the answer is yes, but no. Okay.
No, sorry, Phil.
I think it's important to note that it wasn't a unanimous decision, and I think that's important. The way that you gave your beginning with respect gave me the impression that it was unanimous, and I found out that it wasn't. So I think that's just a point of clarification in that question. But my second question is around the risks with this. And the paper talks about the fact that this proposal is premature in light of possible significant changes under the local government review and might subsequently need to be further changed or prove unnecessary. So my question is, why are you asking us to spend more money, involve more staff at a time that we are financially constrained when, as a result of the local government review coming up, this all might prove to be completely unnecessary?
I'm happy to start with a response to that. Thank you for the question. As we've noted, we think there's strong alignment with the direction of the local government review. This work has already been underway for a significant period of time in recognition of the fact that there's more for us to do in terms of delivering on the intent of Auckland Council. And I guess there's, the review is at early stages. So there's a risk that if we wait for the review, then an extensive period of time will see no further change and may not result in any change once the review concludes. So based on our assessment of the strong alignment at the moment with the direction, we're recommending that the decisions proceed.
So thank you for that, but that's not what the paper says.
Do you want to clarify that, Councillor?
Well, that is not what the paper says, Your Worship. The Worship says under risks, it says that the proposals are premature. The paper also says that there are, in light of possible significant changes under the local government review, might subsequently need to be further changed or prove unnecessary. The paper does not say that they believe the review will follow this course of action. I am just reading what's in the paper. She's saying one thing and the paper says something else. I'm just asking for clarification.
Through Your Worship, that's framed as a risk statement, a potential that could happen.
I'll leave it there, Your Worship, and reserve my right to speak. Thank you.
Thank you. I guess there is a risk in anything that we do now might be contradicted by the future of local government review. But my guess is that I wouldn't hold my breath on waiting on anything much for what might or might not come out of the local government review and whether it would be binding or suggested or whatever. That might just indicate a degree of scepticism on my part about the purpose of that local government review. But let's see. Let's move on to the next question, which is Councillor Shane Henderson.
Yes, thanks, Mayor. And I do reserve my right to speak. And a lot of the questions that I had prepared have been asked by previous speakers, which is great. So that should save us a little bit of time. But my first question is, if we're increasing the level of work for a local board member to read and get their head around, will this mean that local board members will need to be full-time to perform their roles adequately?
Good question.
Sorry, Phil, was it you? No.
No, go ahead, Justine.
Happy to start. So as I mentioned earlier, the feedback that we've had so far from local board services is that the advocacy role that local boards currently play in terms of input for the governing body will essentially mean that they can refocus that effort for decision making within local community services.
So basically, if I'm paraphrasing that, it means that local board members will not fulfill so much of an advocacy role for their communities, which I would have thought would have been a core element of their role. So am I understanding that correctly?
So I suppose what I'm meaning is that they will have responsibility for the decision making. So the advocacy need won't be as great because they will have they will hold the responsibility for the decision making themselves.
Okay, that's cool. Yeah, I had questions around whether it should be in the LTP rather than the annual plan, and also timing around the local government review, which have been both addressed, which is good. Do you think this will make governance decisions easier and more transparent to an ordinary person on the street?
Thank you for the question, and Gary might like to follow with this, but I think as Gary mentioned before, yes, we think that the opportunity for local community service decisions to be traversed through the local board plan process provides an opportunity to strengthen that consultation that already happens with local communities. So it is important, again, to remember the scope is local community services when we're not talking about regional community services. So this is to give effect to that principle that that the local boards are in a position to be closer to their local community and therefore for it to be more meaningful for the community themselves.
Okay, one final question, thanks Mayor. Just in the resolution under E, I note that staff have very helpfully defined attracting more than 50% of users from other local board areas as a multi-board service. I guess I've got two questions around that. So firstly, how did we come up with that definition? And secondly, how do we define what is a regional service versus a multi-board service?
Gary, would you like to lead off on that one?
Thank you. Excuse me. The definition of multi-board service is relating to our existing local board service envelopes, if you like, or the services that are currently described as local board services. Within the criteria that have been proposed for multi-board services, we're looking at services that are seeing more than half of the users coming from outside the local board that they are located in, the host local board as we call it, and that the services are of a reasonably substantial size, and there's a dollar cost threshold set on that multi-board service to differentiate. The approach here is to see those multi-board services as part of a cluster in that local board cluster environment, for understanding how they complement each other in the sub-regional sense, but to maintain a reasonably high level of that local engagement with the service levels, and conversely recognising that broader sub-regional benefit that needs to be considered across a wider range of users.
Sorry, can I just narrow down my sort of follow-up question? So if we're talking about a multi-board service, what's a multi-board service versus a regional one? Because it seems like sub-regional versus regional is a fairly fine line to me. So where would we draw that line?
And the test we've applied here is the relative balance between the outcome of that service being more substantial on an Auckland-wide basis than on a local basis. So on the balance, we're describing that within the threshold of existing local services, these multi-board services are still substantially local for the purpose of that Auckland-wide versus local definition. There has been some questions asked through the engagement process around whether some of the services that are currently defined as local services should be considered regional instead, and then fall under the governing body's both funding and decision-making responsibilities. But we hadn't identified that any of the services that we were considering actually reached that threshold of being more significant Auckland-wide than they were to that local cluster.
Thank you. Reserve my right to speak. Thanks, Mayor.
Sorry, is it okay if I just do a quick follow on with that too, just to note that the Community Facilities Network Plan, as Gary mentioned earlier, clearly outlines in the provision guidelines section around the difference between regional and local facilities. So as we've acknowledged, that important policy still remains the foundation, I guess, in terms of any advice on those aspects.
Thank you. Next question, Kathy Casey.
Thanks, Phil. I'll be supporting the recommendations, but I do want to voice my concerns, which are still there. And the first is, and I think, Phil, you started this by talking about the uncertain world we live in and the government reforms, but I am really, really concerned that COVID is going to be with us forever, and we may not operate in the same way as we have done ever again. And that might relate to some of the services that we're talking about today. So that was the first one. There's no answer to that. I'm just raising it as an issue. One of my real concerns is the resourcing and staffing implications. And I'll preface it by saying that I'm really jealous that it looks like every local board is going to get a FTE to give them integrated quality advice. And boy, would I love that as a councillor. So I'm just going, it's a giant meow, because when you're sitting around the council table, we often talk about the well-resourced local board land. So I'm just saying that if you could just explain to me that budget, because when I do my maths, it looks like there are up to 21 new staff members at 100k a time. And is this not something that we can handle in-house? Or with the current staffing? So it's that I thought that Desley might ask this one actually, but she went somewhere else. So I'm just interested in the answer to that. And I've got one more, which I'll just get out at the moment, and that is, I think somebody else said, wearing a black hat. What if this works great in some places and not so great in other places? Is there any chance for the governing body to look back in on it? Because it looks like once the decision's made today, we're kind of out of it until we get to the long-term plan. Is that right? So if there was, when I look at that timeline, is there any chance for a peep in at governing body level after various landmarks have been passed?
So I'll speak to the resourcing question first. So just to clarify, that assessment of 16 to 22 additional staff is not proposed to be allocated to individual local boards. So that's our assessment of the additional FTE equivalent that will be needed within Customer and Community Services Directorate and within finance in terms of support for all of the advice that will need to be provided across board. So it's not dedicated local board advice. We have also tried to be really conservative in that estimate too, to give confidence that we're not understating, I guess, the requirement there. So it's not a straight salary cost. It also includes an estimate of overhead provision that is applied to every employee in the organisation. So it's kind of quite a comprehensive view, I guess, of the additional cost of those people. So hopefully that clarifies that question. And your question around what is the opportunity, I guess, to continue to keep an eye on this. So as I mentioned, the additional recommendation I think certainly helps in terms of 6-monthly reporting on the progress of this work to governing body. And we've just also had clarification in the background from legal. Thank you, Katie. Just on the point around the question of whether decisions can be made at annual plan or only at long-term plan, just to note that they can be taken at any time, but those allocation changes do need to be recorded in both the long-term plan and in each annual plan. So I guess, the assurance that there's not just a 3-year kind of look in here. We're certainly committed to monitoring and reporting on progress and to adapting as we need to.
Thanks, Justine. If I might just have one supplementary. The committee that this will have an effect on, or probably the only committee, is the PACE committee. What is the actual effect in terms of the workload? Is it marginal or is it substantial?
That's a very good question. I would say it's marginal, but Gary's undertaken that analysis in quite a lot of detail, so I'll just ask Gary to respond to that in a bit more detail.
Thank you, Justine. And yes, the local community service matters, as we described them in the analysis, made up a relatively small proportion of the agenda/workload of advice to the PACE committee. It's not to say that is reflective of the committee members itself, but in terms of pieces of advice to PACE, they were of a relatively small proportion up to the total workload in terms of items being received. And most of the advice that we looked at in terms of this resourcing effort, around 96% of the advice was for the benefit of local boards, and that many of the items that were presented to PACE on these matters had actually gone through local boards previously for their input as well.
Thanks, Gary. Thanks, Justine.
And thank you for the comment that the minimum service levels can be set at any time. That is some reassurance, because I think that's one way we can determine that if this doesn't go as we hope and anticipate, there is a way of correcting, any rogue action that might be taken. So that's important. And Councillor Casey, that's why I've put in as a chair's rec the 6 monthly reports, because I think we need to monitor this pretty closely to make sure it does not have unanticipated and unintended consequences, which is, I think, your concern and mine and others. Next question is Councillor John Watson.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. I'm broadly supportive of the localist elements of this item. I guess the thing that I've always struggled to understand, despite valiant efforts, is really how the particular equity of funding proposal works out on the ground, and particularly as it goes to the environment. Big chunks of Auckland find themselves in, and that is, a constrained financial environment, existing shortages or shortcomings in provision of various services, and a really fast expanding populations. And I think of the areas that won't be classified as deprived, okay, they won't hit that deprivation. And what I haven't really got any insight into is the scenarios or examples that might exist as to how that division of 80, 15 and 5 might affect, and I'm thinking particularly of the provision of parks going forward. So I'm assuming in the first instance that these massive big subdivisions where the developers essentially put in their own park infrastructure, their little small parks and mean playgrounds. But as far as bigger parks go, sporting parks, whether it be a series of fields or a single field, how that might conceivably be tipped one way or the other in this model going forward to areas where they're classified as deprived, but really if we're talking about access to one or more of these facilities, then the deprivation is equal in terms of access. It's not any different, but it is different in terms of the definition that's used. So rather long-winded, Mr. Mayor, but I really don't have any idea how that balance or that formula will work in the environment in which we find ourselves, which is a number of factors that make things difficult and more challenging, I would suggest, that in the years ahead. So can anyone give me any advice or insight into how I might reasonably anticipate that? Has any thought gone into it? I assume there has been.
Yes, so I'm happy to start and hand to Gary again. Certainly work has been done in this space, but I guess just to acknowledge that it is also a key reason why the recommendation at this stage is that we continue that analysis and report back to the governing body before decisions are made to this effect. And that is in response to similar questions that have been raised in prior sessions around exactly this point. So as you've noted, the 80% population aspect is a key way in which we recognise the changing population in Auckland. But I think it is also important to acknowledge that we are talking about trying to, I suppose, also understand how we need to make a shift from how we focus predominantly on assets to trying to take a broader view about service requirements. So hopefully that gives some assurance that yes, we're already doing work in this space and we acknowledge the need to do more work in this space, which is why we're not asking for these decisions today. We're asking for support and principle to continue doing that work. Gary, you might like to follow on.
Reserve my right to speak to that one, Mr. Mayor. Thanks, when the time arises.
Thanks. I think if we look at the sections, and I'm just contemplating whether we vote when we come to it on clauses A to M and then the new N to Q separately, but on the inequities, which is what your question's addressing, John, the recommendation is support and principle, and the other are simply noting points. So there's still work to be done. So it's a question of whether this is a question in the latter part of our recommendations of giving a direction that we want staff to go ahead and come back with some more definitive answers around things such as what you've asked about. Okay, Linda Cooper, next question, please.
Thank you, Worship. I've got a couple of questions, if you'll indulge me. One is around the multi-board decision making, and I'm wondering why that can't happen now. Why we can't create a category now? Because I really do support the equity part of this, the second part of it, but I've got some real concerns as others have expressed. So why cannot local boards work in these multi-board services categories now? When we've got those shared, I'd say sub-regional facilities like libraries and pools.
If I may respond, Councillor, the challenge currently, firstly with decision making, is decision making across the key elements of providing the service, and so this is where the service delivery flexibility that local boards currently have does not quite align with the decision making over the assets that are required to provide some of those services. And so the multi-board service approach would be effectively a combining and a sharing of those currently joint responsibilities, as opposed to other more local services being solely local board decision making responsibilities.
Okay, I don't really, I'm still not sure why local boards can't join together and do that, but still that's that. The other question is, I just wonder, with more and more devolution, we are supposed to be co-governance, and for me it doesn't feel like that, because there's a lot of input from local boards about what the governing body do, but there's no very much ability to be reported to about those decisions that local boards make, or for us to input into those decisions. How do you see this making us more co-governance? I feel like it pulls us even further apart and there's even more opacity in this proposal.
Again, happy to start, and Gary might like to follow. So I guess what we're remembering, again, the scope is local community services. So we're not seeking to change decision making across other areas that currently sit with the governing body. As I mentioned, there will need to, in order for services to be strong and cohesive for communities, there will need to be a really good understanding of the interplay between local community services and regional community services. And to that regard, regional policies still very much will guide the advice that is provided to local boards. So the consistency, I suppose, of the advice that's provided to local boards and to governing body in that regard will always be anchored in that policy foundation that's set by the governing body. Gary, you might like to add to that?
No, I think that was a good summary. Thank you, Justine. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, sorry. Is that the end to that answer?
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Right, I now have a question from Councillor Fessel-Collins.
Oh no, I'm okay, thanks, Mayor. It was answered in the equity part, and I'm happy to comment later. Thank you.
Okay, and just before I come to Councillor Al-Filipina, the new clause M would come before the addressing inequities in local community service funding. It relates to increasing local board decision making over local community services. So just to correct that in case anybody's misled. Last question, Councillor Filipina.
Thank you, Your Worship, and just want to say thank you for the governing body for allowing me to speak again and ask a question. My first one, when I say first one, Your Worship, I got a question of clarification, and that was in regards to a comment you made around the minimum standards, and you said that we could at least, if there's a rogue local board, that we could look at them every year, but I thought Justine said we could only look at them every 3 years as per the long-term plan. So is that correct, Justine?
No, we had some clarification from legal on that, Alf, to say that we could set the minimum service levels at any time, but I'll just get Justine to confirm that. Is that correct?
Yeah, that is correct. So I guess what we're proposing is that they are set through the long-term plan, but legal has confirmed we have the opportunity to do that more frequently as needed.
And what I was suggesting, Alf, is that is one mechanism by which we could deal with a situation if it may be unlikely, but it also could happen, where we had, as I described it, a rogue board that decided to do something that everybody thought was bonkers and that would have damaging implications. That's one instrument by which we might be able to correct that. It's presumably not the only instrument.
Yeah, thank you, Worship, because that was one of the concerns. So thank you for addressing that. My question is, what are the risks that are associated if we wait for the next LTP to start this particular process, as in that we end up going out with the proposals as per, I think, 146, which is to go out in the next LTP and consult on the decision-making proposals. And that question is based on the economic, financial position we'll find ourselves in after we get out of this lockdown. So what are the risks for us to start this process in 2024, which is a long-term plan?
So Phil might like to follow on, but I'm happy to start with an answer. I guess the risk is in not making progress or giving effect to the intentions of this piece of work, which have been recognised for some time as an in principle, and including with the governing body, of course, an in principle area where we do need to make some progress. So, the work's been underway for some time. The need for the work has been signalled for some time. So, I guess it's just therefore it takes longer to make that progress in terms of equity.
Nothing that I would add to that. Thank you, Your Worship.
So Your Worship, this is where I think the crux for me is, and I'm going to ask this question around equity, because I know that we all want to put in place a remedy around the equity issue. So are you saying that we cannot consult on these in 2024, and as a result, if we do, the equity issue cannot be addressed in the next 3 years?
No, let me have a go at it, and somebody will correct me if I've got it wrong. The proposal here is that the first section on local board decision making over community services, local community services, would go out to consultation in the coming annual plan, and the inequities, addressing inequities, would go out to consultation in the next long-term plan, which is 2024. And the reason for the latter being delayed is because there is still work to be done on it. If councillors were of a mind that they wanted to see both go out together at the delayed date, then that might involve an amendment to recommendation B, which would change the annual plan 2022 to 23 to the long-term plan 2024 to 34. I'm not sure that I would personally support that at the moment. I'd think about it. That would be a way of delaying it. But then the question is, what is the reason for delaying it? Because I think we'd need to have a good reason to put it off, given that the work is pretty much complete, whereas it isn't for the inequity. Does that clarify it for you? And please, Justine or Gary or Phil, correct me if I'm wrong. Is that correct, Phil?
If I may, yeah.
Gary?
The design around the implementation and its phasing is to recognise the role of the long-term plan in terms of the funding instrument, and so it's important that the funding allocation is addressed in an LTP. It can be addressed elsewhere, but not as elegantly. The approach taken here with the decision-making responsibility is to allow for that preparation to apply these changes in responsibility to local boards so that they can bring those responsibilities to the thinking around their annual plan and their local board plan. The local board plan being the very significant document to actually articulate how they propose to manage their services over the subsequent period and into that LTP, and that provides a really sound base both for local board members and for governing body and councillors to understand the implications of both the local board and the funding elements within the long-term plan. So if you like, it's the advanced work that is required to give effect to the decision making that needs to be completed in time for the long-term plan.
Okay, does that clarify it for you, Alf?
Your Worship, I was going to put an amendment up for it to go through to the long-term plan, but I take on board what your advice is, which is really you won't accept it or support it only because of the financial situation we'll find ourselves. The equity issue will be addressed in 2024, as you pointed out, and Phil Wilson pointed out. But look, I know there's one more question from Councillor Henderson, and I'm just going to contemplate, your Worship. I need to have a cup of coffee and look in the mirror and see what I'm going to do from here.
Okay, look, it's not a case of me not accepting it. If you move it as an amendment, then it would be an order and I would accept it. I'm just not sure that there is a ground to delay it. We either want to do it or we don't want to do it. The only ground might be that there are financial implications at a time when we're pretty tight. Councillor Shane Henderson, a question from you, and then I'm just going to ask advice of councillors whether you want to have a break for lunch. It's now 2 o'clock and then come back for comments, or whether you want to push on. So think about that while Shane asks his question. Councillor Henderson.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Thanks, colleagues, for letting me go again. So could I ask staff to comment further about the Māori impact statement in this report as it relates to devolved decision making? And I ask this because currently governing body has the wisdom and input of the IMSB. We'll soon have Māori ward councillors. We have guaranteed Māori voices on these issues as of right. So how would we plan to replicate that situation at a local level?
So I think the short answer to that is that further work needs to be done in that regard, but the report attempts to confirm our commitment to doing exactly that. So we know that in this space, the experience or the practice can be variable across different local boards. But the report and the Māori impact statement and the recommendation are all designed to signal a really strong intent to make progress in this area.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thanks. Look, I think there'll be a number of people that want to comment on that. So this item's not going to be resolved quickly. By a vote of 1-0 in the chat bar, suggests that we should have a break now. I haven't heard anybody else suggest too. Okay, yeah, the votes are rolling in now. Let's have a break. We'll resume at 2:30 and we'll go straight to comments. So if you want a comment, I've got so far Councillors Poom, Cashmore, Henderson, Walker and Dalton. And there'll be Councillor Newman I see now. Yep, and more. So I think the vote is in favour of a break. Let's take a break and let's resume at 2:30. So thanks very much, councillors. We'll see you back at that time. Kia ora, everyone. We're due to resume, and I'll just get Sandra to quickly run through the roll call again. Thank you, Sandra.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Cashmore.
Yes, with a mouthful of cheese sandwich. Thank you.
Councillor Bartley.
Present.
Councillor Casey.
Kia ora, Sandra.
Councillor Collins. Councillor Coombe.
Kia ora anō.
Councillor Cooper.
Yeah.
Councillor Dalton.
Present.
Councillor Darby.
Kia ora, Sandra.
Yeah.
Councillor Filipina.
Kia ora.
Councillor Fletcher. Councillor Henderson.
Hello.
Councillor Mulholland.
Present.
Thank you. Councillor Newman.
Good afternoon, Sandra.
Councillor Sayers.
Yeah, present, thanks, Sandra.
Councillor Simpson.
I'm here, thanks.
Councillor Stewart.
Present.
Councillor Walker.
Wayne's here.
Councillor Watson.
Talopa.
Councillor Young.
Kia ora.
And Councillor Collins is also online now. Thank you, Mayor Phil.
Thank you very much, Sandra, and welcome back, everybody. Hope you're feeling a bit more relaxed after lunch. Sorry, it was a bit of a marathon session this morning. Look, we're now coming to comments on the item number 12. And as I foreshadowed before, I suspect that there'll be some opposition, maybe to either part of the recommendations. But when it comes to voting on them, unless there's any objection, I'll take A to the new M in one, and I'll take N to Q in a second vote. N to Q on the addressing the inequities in local community services funding, and A to M on increasing local board decision making. So if there's no objections, I'll proceed in that way. Meanwhile, we'll go through the debate on it, and can I just thank our officers for their participation in the question and answer session. And if I can invite Councillor Daniel Newman as the mover of the recommendations to speak first, please.
Well, thank you, Your Worship, and thank you to the officers once again. Thank you to colleagues. I've listened with interest to the questions and the comments the questions that were expressed before lunch. I had for some weeks anticipated that what would end up happening is that we would have a vote, and would have a vote around the two parts separately, and I think that His Worship is wise to do that. Ultimately, I don't want to take up too much time, because fundamentally I think it comes down to a first principle argument as to whether you are comfortable and confident to support devolved decision making around what is quite a narrow piece of work and pertaining to one aspect of local board activity, and whether you believe that local boards, as opposed to the governing body, has the best line of sight. And I think that the local boards do have a good line of sight to the consequences of the decisions that are taken here. And if they understand the implications of that, and if they have access to the good advice, which they do have and they can have, then the decision should be devolved to them. With respect to equity, as I said before, what we have is a funding model which is a hybrid. It's not the initial model that was conceived. I have to tell you, I support the initial model, but I accept, because of the nature of the debate and the need to try and achieve as broad a consensus as possible around equity that a different model needed to be agreed, and hence what has been proposed. I think, Your Worship, we need to get on with this work. So I will be voting for all parts, and I want to thank people for their contributions. Ultimately, if you're comfortable with devolved decision making, to me, this is a piece of work which has started years ago, which needs to happen. If you fundamentally disagree with it, don't vote for it. But I don't believe that more time and more reflection than what has been mooted in these recommendations is necessarily going to lead to a better outcome. I'm comfortable, Your Worship, based on the analysis that has been set down by officers and all of the discussion that's taken place at the Joint Governance Working Party and with the local boards, and reflecting on what Gareth Stiven reported years ago, that now it's time to move forward with this, and I commend the recommendations.
Thank you very much, Councillor, and I might take the opportunity now to make some comments of my own. Can I first acknowledge the work that was done by members of the Joint Working Party? I know that you've put a lot of time and effort into that, and I seriously. I want also to acknowledge the huge quantity and the quality of work done by staff, and this goes back many, many years. But Justine and Gary have worked really hard on it, and concerns that I may have about some aspects of it are not a reflection on their work, but rather potential risks that might exist in moving forward in the way that the initial recommendations suggest. Can I begin with equity? I think the recommendations on equity are absolutely right. It is unacceptable that we perpetuate inequity in funding, which does not bear any relevance to the equal needs of all regions to have equitable access to services, simply based on what the legacy councils may have left behind them. I think we do need to do that. We needed to do it in a way that did not make it impossible for those local boards that are overfunded at the moment, so they won't lose money. But it's unconscionable to suggest that those that are underfunded, particularly since many of those that are underfunded represent the lower income parts of our community, continue to be disadvantaged. Yes, there has to be a transition. The transition is as long as it needs to be, but you wouldn't want to make it any longer. But I think that by the time we support that in principle and we officials come back with the details, then we can resolve a long-standing injustice across the city, and that is absolutely necessary. On the devolution, for me, it's an on-balance decision. There are arguments, legitimate arguments and genuine arguments for and against doing what is proposed. The sum of money involved, $4.9 billion, that will be transferred to local board decision making, it's a huge sum of money, and you have to make this decision with a degree of apprehension and hope that the decision making around how those assets are handled it will be of the quality that is required, and that will be partly through the quality of people we have at the local board level, but also the quality of the advice that will be given to them from council officers. I think the critical argument in favour of the recommendations is that principle of subsidiarity that I was introduced to, oh my God, about 20 years ago by a guy called Brian Pico when we were working on the framework for tomorrow's schools. And that principle is one that I hold to, that decisions that can be made locally should be, because that's where the best information exists and where the impacts of the decisions are felt most keenly. So I agree with the principle, and that is what finally pushes me towards being ready to accept these recommendations. I acknowledge the points that Phil Wilson has made, that this was anticipated in the legislation in 2010, and it was also called for by the Local Government Commission report more recently. I would have to say that at a certain point, you'd need to draw a line in the sand and say, this is the balance between the authority exercised by the governing body and local boards. I know local boards may well be ambitious for more devolution, but my own view would be cautious about going beyond the decision making that we may take in regard to this paper. There were reasons for amalgamation. We are all part of one city, and there are advantages in terms of the efficiency of decision making over a wider area, and making sure that the decisions that are made take into account regional rather than simply local needs. I think there are, to me, two key risks in the decision that we're making here. One is the cost of advice, giving advice instead of to one body, the governing body, but to 21 different boards. The estimates we have in front of us are $2 to $2.8 million a year, plus $500,000 for each of the first 2 years in implementation costs. At a time when our budget is incredibly tight, you've got to take a deep breath, even for expenditure at that level. But my critical concern is, and what I've asked for assurances from staff on, is that this will not be subject to cost creep. If I thought that this was going to be something where the demands for more and more staffing would mean higher and higher costs, I wouldn't be prepared to vote for this. And that's why a bottom line for me is this is the sum that you have worked through, and that is the sum that I expect you to operate within. The second thing is around minimum service levels. And in one sense, it's counterintuitive to have different levels of service in different parts of the city. But that is the cost of saying different communities have different priorities, and we should allow them to reflect those different priorities. But I think setting minimum service levels, and I'm encouraged by the fact that our legal advice is that we can set minimum service levels at any time, is a way in which we can cope with a situation where we might believe in the future, or the governing body might believe in the future, that a decision made at a local level is unwise and unsupportable. There is a mechanism for ensuring that we set minimum service levels as deemed appropriate in the areas that the local boards will now have responsibility for making big capital asset decisions around. So with the understanding that there are risks in this, and the assurances by staff at each level of council up to the chief executive that it is possible to mitigate the risks that I'm concerned about, I'm prepared to support these recommendations. But as I said, it's an on-balance decision, and that is not to say that there weren't significant arguments, the most significant being what we don't want to do is start at the top of a slippery slope where we recreate 21 local boroughs when we're talking about one unified city. But I think local decisions about local services is appropriate within the framework of the legislation, and I respect the work that's gone into that, and therefore will be supporting the recommendations in both sections of this paper. Thank you very much for that. And the next person on my list is Councillor Pippa Coombs.
Kia ora, Mr. Mayor. No S on my name, but
Did I put you in the plural? You're unique, Pippa. I'm sorry about that. Councillor Pippa Coombe.
Thank you. I've been used to that throughout my life. I would also like to speak in support, and I'm probably going to repeat some of the principles that have already been raised, but to maybe emphasise them in a slightly different way. And I'm supporting both parts. I do see this as a maturing of the governance framework, as we work through it, and has been said that we're working towards really embedding the first principle of subsidiarity. And I think it's important to highlight that subsidiarity isn't the same as co-governance. They're often used interchangeably, probably because co-governance, well, I find it easier to say, but co-governance is like co-parenting, where you're doing 50-50, sharing everything. This isn't about sharing. This is about, as has been said, that the decisions that are closest to the community should be made there. And although I think it's kind of difficult in some ways as governing body, that it's almost like a feeling of having to let go, that this is a process that will, Mr. Wilson did say it, around incentivising good decision making, because I think we do have an issue at the moment, or it might be more of a perception, but local boards have all care and no responsibility. So I think this is kind of an important step in terms of empowering local boards, empowering local decision making, and it's, as has been highlighted exactly as was intended when the model was set up. Clearly there are, still fish hooks as there are now, but I think this allows us as sort of a pathway forward to be able to resolve them, and particularly around the multi-board funding, or the multi-board decision making, that is a tricky one. But I don't think that's a reason not to go ahead with this, and I haven't really heard any analysis or reasoning as to why we shouldn't be supporting increasing local board decision making. I think the other side of it is that it actually does strengthen the governance model, and it does strengthen, or it should strengthen, our governing body role. And it is said in the report, and I do think that kind of the risk analysis part of the report has been a bit misrepresented, but on paragraph 129, it does say that the analysis suggests only minor reduction in the key matters the governing body considers and makes decisions on through its committees. So that's kind of an important point to highlight, that this isn't actually a great big shake-up, but it is about strengthening the governance framework. And I would like to see, as part of this, as I mentioned in my questions, that it does actually give a greater respect and understanding on both sides as to what our respective roles are, so that I think we have less of this expectation that everything the governing body does has local board input and vice versa. I mean, I think a lot of what we need to be doing should actually be strengthened as a governing body as well, and we should respect what local boards are doing, but also getting the opportunity to have input at appropriate times. I did just want to also just really talk about the equity part of it, which really I think should be the main part of our focus in this decision making, but has probably got a little bit pushed aside a bit. But there's some real historical anomalies that local boards and local communities are having to deal with where they're underfunded. So I think this is probably the most important part that we need to push forward on in terms of getting that right, so that we can see increased equity across the region. And I think that's just what I wanted to say around the decisions that are in front of us and supporting it. So I did just want to end by thanking everybody who's been involved in this very long process and all the hard work that's gone into it, and this very thorough analysis. Gary and Justine and Phil, you have done just incredible work on this. I don't know how you've managed to keep focused on it. And thank you too to Daniel, who's chaired the governance working group, and Richard Northey, who's the deputy chair. Both gentlemen who absolutely like getting into the details of this subject, so have really appreciated all of their work and guidance on this, because I know it's not an easy topic, but I think where we've got to today is a really good pathway forward. So thank you, and I do commend it to colleagues. Kia ora.
Thank you, Councillor. Look, I'll just run through the list of people I've got on my speaking list. It's quite extensive. Bill Cashmore, Desley Simpson, Shane Henderson, John Watson, Professor Collins, Wayne Walker, Angela Dalton, Tracy Mulholland and Greg Sayers. So if you want to speak, if you could just indicate in the sidebar, but otherwise we'll roll on through the speakers. So next is Deputy Mayor Bill Cashmore.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to the staff, Phil, Justine and Gary for this work. Particularly thank you to Daniel and the local board members and councillors who are on this government framework review. I had the privilege of chairing it in the first term, and it was a struggle. It's hard, challenging work because you're changing a model that people have become accustomed to. We might only be 11 years young, but we're not a babe in arms. I think one of my first speeches as Deputy Mayor to counter Kathy Casey's comments was that we actually had short pants on. We were running around now. We weren't cuddled in our mother's arms. We're now sort of progressing towards adolescence. And change is necessary. Change happens. You know, we are supporting a decision making for local boards. That's just for public consultation, and that enhanced decision making is important. Spend a term on a local board, and it's frustrating because it's all advocacy and no delivery, or limited delivery, or not as much as you'd like to deliver, or worse still, when you promise it and it can't be delivered. That's a learning program. So this gives an enhanced ability for not only advocation, but also for the delivery. The equity principle is long overdue. You know, I'm a little bit sad to see this getting pushed back to the LTP, but you know, if it needs be, that's needs be, but it must be challenged and it must be tackled and it must be done. There's big talk about the spend. Well, spend at local board land with this added to it will only be 16% of our group spend. 16%. And it's $2 or $2.8 million additional into this information decision-making model, then that's fine, because the outcome to our communities where the local boards are closest is where you're going to get the best outcome. I will remember, as Deputy Chair of the Franklin Local Board, we had a local Rotary Club in Pukekohe, I think it was either Rotary Alliance, we're going to supply a whole raft of park benches. They were drawn up, they were partly assembled, they were paid for. All we had to do is say where they went. 18 months later, that decision had not been made. This is the sort of nonsense that goes on right across all local board lands that needs to change. That advocacy needs to change to deliverability. We should not kill this idea just because we're nervous about it. Let's check what the community says. They have the most important part to play. They probably don't even know who their local board members are, or their council for that matter. But what they do know is what they want in their local park, in their library, and in the facilities that we provide. Enhancing that deliverability can only be positive. We need to give this proposal an opportunity to prove its worth. The Mayor has moved in an addition of review of what's been proposed, and I support that completely. Trust and confidence needs room to grow. The budget costs to be delivered, as I've already said, are minimal. Why delay 4 years of work? Why? My last point is the responsibility and accountability within a framework of certainty. That's what this is about. Accountability, responsibility in a piece of work for people who are elected locally to deliver locally. So I strongly support both parts of this, Mr. Mayor, councillors. It's long overdue. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Next speaker is Councillor Desley Simpson.
Thanks, Your Worship. Wow, look, you know, I want to start by saying thank you to everybody who's inputted this. It's not difficult. It's not easy. It's very, very difficult. I note that even the working party wasn't unanimously in support of all this, and I note that local boards themselves weren't unanimously in support of all of this, including my own. My points are around the fact that, and I'll tell you why I'm conflicted. You know, when I stood up in my speech at the beginning of my time as a councillor, I talked about the fact that local boards needed more responsibility. And so I kind of have to live by that. I'd come from local board land, and I do fervently believe that's right. But I also know, having moved from the local board situation to councillors, that there is a huge difference between time and understanding and just the quality of the governance. I just have seen it for myself, and I think that anybody who's been in local board land who's come to the governing body would agree with me. Look, this means more staff and more money at a time when we are supposed to be looking at reducing staff and saving money. The report notes, and I'll give the number because Councillor Darby's asked me to, that council is not adequately resourced to provide quality advice to local boards, and the cost to do that will increase. We're very soon, you are all, I already know, but you will all very soon to see the result of our quality advice, and it's exceptionally good, and I don't want this to lower that quality. The report also says in point 128 that this will create regional inconsistency as well, so that's a concern for me. But of course, just above point 137, it says that the proposals are premature under the risks. I mean, remember that before I became a councillor, you never even had risks as an option in an agenda paper. But under risks, it said the proposals are premature in the light of possible significant changes under the local government review and might subsequently need to be further changed or prove unnecessarily. So I just want people to know that in voting for this, you're agreeing to more cost, more staff, which may not be needed in light of that review. As chair of your Finance and Performance Committee, I am really struggling to support this at this time. If it was business as usual, absolutely, I would be happy about that. Look, I totally support increased local board responsibility for decision making over spaces and places delivering most of their community service. I absolutely do, and I absolutely support local boards having more accountability for their decision making. But boy, the timing couldn't have been worse. We are adding between 20 and 28 million a year to deliver this at a time, certainly over the next 3 years, where you just wait. This is, we are financially challenged as a result of COVID. This is an annual budget. It's supposed to be just a tweak to what's in the LTP, and yet here's another example on top of climate change targeted rate potentially, that we're adding a significant extra thing to an annual plan process. So, Your Worship, in conclusion, I'm really conflicted, and my confliction is really around what this will do to us. Absolving nearly $5 billion across is one thing, but adding extra cost to deliver on that, when there's a whole lot of tweaking I think needs to happen, is really challenging for me to accept as your finance chair during this real tough time. Gloria knows what my vote's going to be, but those are my concerns. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Can I just get clarification? I think you said 28 million a year. Did you mean
they said between 2 and
2.8 million?
2.8.
Yeah. Sorry. Yeah, no, that's fine. Okay, the next speaker is Councillor Shane Henderson.
Thank you, Mayor. Thanks, colleagues. Look, off the bat, I really want to acknowledge staff for all of their hard work. It's certainly been a long slog and a lot of hard work to get here, so I want to acknowledge you for that. And my comments that will come, as the Mayor has said, bear no reflection on your work, which has been fantastic. I want to say off the bat I support the equity part, but in the Joint Governance Working Group, of which I'm proud to be a member, I actually voted against the issue of devolution, and I'll sort of briefly explain why. So as Deputy Chair of the Finance Committee, I'm very cautious about the finances here, and I think Chair Simpson's eloquently expressed those fears. I don't need to kind of go into that any further, but we're in for some shocks ahead, that's for sure. I'm cautious about giving up the benefits of amalgamation, which is what the Mayor was alluding to in his opening gambit there. And look, the last thing I want is a return to 21 local councils that will make things confusing for the ratepayer. And that's exactly where, if you're looking to change a status quo, you need to make a positive case for that status quo, be grounded in the person on the street and their interactions with their democratic bodies and their accountability. And I just don't think that the ratepayer will find this simpler. I think they'll find it more confusing. The report acknowledges that more resourcing would be needed, and I'd want full-time local board members to help them do their fantastic work if we were to pass this stuff. Because, you know, the other thing I want to say is that I come from local board land. I've seen it firsthand, all the fantastic work that local boards do, and this is not a reflection on them. But I think resourcing is not just a staff thing. I think it's a politics thing. I think people need more time to do that work, and so that's why I asked the question. The other thing is that I would like to see more work on the Māori impact, and that was another reason why I asked that question. And, you know, I do appreciate the response that a lot of it's got to be worked through. But as I said in the question, we actually enjoy the IMSB, Māori awards coming as well, and a really good Māori worldview and a world lens on those decisions. I'd want to see that replicated at a local level before we creep down that path. I'd also preferred to wait until the LTP. I think this is more of an LTP discussion, and also the local government review. I think there are huge questions in that that have bearing on these kind of discussions as well. So I think we do have the benefit of time. But in conclusion, at this body, I've never been very comfortable voting against something going to the public. I think if you've got something in front of you that says, look, we're going to go out to consultation, my presumption is to support that, because I like to go to the public and have their views. You know, I'm no one special myself. But if I support it, I feel that I would lack integrity in changing my vote from the governing working party when my view actually hasn't. So, but through all of that, I see as the only way in which I can maintain my integrity is to abstain from the vote. So I'll be abstaining on the issue of devolution. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. For your speaker is Councillor John Watson.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Yes, some interesting comments by members today. I certainly think, from my experience, it will be hard for the public to find this new proposal more confusing than the current structure of the council already is. It never ceases to amaze me how little so many people, and well-informed people otherwise, know about who does what in this council, and that goes to things as basic as the division between local board and wards. People have just got absolutely no idea, and that, you know, that's after a decade. So I doubt very much whether this will make that worse. In terms of timing, in some ways this is a very appropriate timing. We have this local government review underway, and if we have to listen to Minister Mahuta, it's all about how local governance, participation and democracy can be strengthened, and citizens, you know, perhaps involved more than they are at the moment, and some notion of civic pride or sense of accountability is reinforced. And certainly, again, if you look at our own Auckland Council Citizen Insight monitoring, which occurs on a regular basis throughout the year, you will see the real need for that, particularly as it goes to decision making. And that's in terms of the areas that are polled, that is consistently the lowest scoring indicator for Auckland communities across the whole region, in fact, and particularly in some areas more than others. And north of the bridge, that becomes particularly apparent. So any slight dipping of the toes into the world of localism, which I take this to be in some small way, I think is to be encouraged, and I certainly support that. I don't think there should be issues with resourcing here. I really can't understand, if we're talking about advice that goes to the same areas of activity. I struggle, notwithstanding what officers have said, to understand how that can't be more readily addressed through reprioritisation rather than the creation of new cost centres. But you know, I maybe don't have the adequate insight into that. So certainly in terms of that devolution, as some people are calling it, then, you know, I think that's highly desirable. I think in a number of respects, local boards, if they're to have that kind of connection and that sense of responsibility, then this is a meaningful move, and in areas that the communities really identify with: community centres, libraries, parks, cultural centres, things that are usually associated with being at the heart of the community. So I think that's good. I guess where I do have a few doubts, and I understand this is a support in principle, but support in principle assumes that that support is based on some sort of informed assessment, and I'm really not in a position to do that, particularly as it goes to the funding allocation and this division into population, deprivation, and land area. And I let me say right here and now that I support equity 100%, but I have never thought that this formula is quite as straightforward as it's presented, because what I certainly see across different parts of Auckland, I do try and get around and look at all the regions, is some of the deprivation, as I would call it, or the missing out, however you might like to frame it, it can occur in communities that don't reach that deprivation quotient, and they can be in quite significant shortfall of council services that are in relative abundance elsewhere, but they're never going to reach that threshold. So I think I'm a little concerned that the existing funding inequity has not been more visibly addressed as a precursor to this, which makes it hard to go to the next point. And I certainly think that in terms of where this has been brought up, not in the exact circumstances, but similar ones in the past where equity has been brought into it, it hasn't been a matter so much of lifting some other areas up as opposed to taking other ones down to come down to the same level. And if we've got a classic case in point of that with the debate over the use of chemical-free spray across the region. We had a relatively small budget. We had the opportunity to lift the region up as a whole to the same level, and the resistance to that gives me a few concerns when we talk about providing equity across the region and other areas where in some respects it's a lot more fundamental to the operation of communities, where in a constrained financial environment, where there's huge growth occurring, where there's existing shortages, it's hard to see how that might result in the sort of equity that is being suggested here. So in light of that reservation, Mr. Mayor, while I support strongly the notion of increased local board decision making, and I support the principle of equity as one would expect it to be in the true meaning of that word, what I see on the ground that has occurred gives me some grounds for reservation. So I'll be making the appropriate adjustments on that basis when I come to vote for the second part of these resolutions. So thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Fessel-Collins.
Kia ora, Mayor, and thanks for this. I wanted to thank the officers and those who've been on this working group. There's a whole lot of work that's gone in, and I recall some of the workshops and how really fascinating some of those discussions were. Mayor, you got me when you started to talk about the PICO period, and I remembered the Tomorrow Schools. I wrote my dissertation on Tomorrow Schools, and I might reflect on some of those things that I wrote 20 years ago about how I thought Tomorrow Schools worked for schools, particularly in South Auckland. I've been really interested listening to people's questions and their comments up until this point, just with regard to devolution and shared governance. And I think we've come away, or there's been an attempt to take us away from the often used term of co-governance to shared governance. And I really support shared governance. I think it's been a shame that perhaps some of the shine has been taken off the idea of shared governance because of the large costs that are associated with how we reach that in this particular paper, because that aside, and I'm not saying that we should put it aside because it's not worthy of discussion, it's certainly a very worthy consideration. But I've felt since I've been involved in local government, both in my time as a local board chair and as a councillor, that there are better ways to connect. There is the ability to give local boards a sense of increased delegated authority, because I think there are people with experiences who are committed there, who can make really tough decisions and really be robust in their discussion. So I welcome the idea of devolution, shared governance, and I do share the same concerns perhaps noted by Councillor Watson just now around how we might be able to have this without the cost associated with increased staff in particular areas to support this. And I wonder if that's a consideration that the officers will make when we finalise our position on this paper. I just wanted to note perhaps my sadness in relation to equity. And when the Deputy Mayor spoke, I thought, yeah, he's absolutely right. We're 11 years into this. And then I thought about the fact that the paper suggests that there's a window of 10 to 15, perhaps 11 years, given the equity gap that we would be able to change. And for me, that would then say that it's taken us almost a generation from the instigation of the super city to reach a position where equity are no longer disadvantaged or pro-advantaged, but different parts of the community. And I would see that as quite a sad indictment that it's taken a generation for us to get there. And so I know that there's work to be done in that space. And I'd really invite the officers and ourselves to be a little bit more ambitious, to think about ways where we could reach levels of equity at a faster pace, at a more ambitious rate, rather than wait for another 10, 15 years, which would mean a whole generation has gone by with us trying to fix that imbalance. And on the point of equity, I think, to sidestep slightly, I think what we're seeing now with the whole vaccine rollout and the impact of COVID shows us what happens when there's an equitable system at work. And for me, it's the health system. And if we continue this inequity for a further 10 years, then I think we're just going to entrench levels or parts of the community that are going to continue to feel disadvantaged or advantaged. And it's going to impact on our levels of participation in a city that's just been nominated as the best, the place you want to come and visit. And we want to come and visit a city that really is thriving, not just parts of the city that are thriving. We want all our playgrounds, all our community centres to represent the fairness, the equity and the real beauty of Auckland across the city, not just in certain places. And so when I was thinking, Mayor, about tomorrow's schools, I was glad you gave me that reminder, because tomorrow's schools, the whole idea of tomorrow's schools was to really increase local participation in the governance of schools. And I wrote about how that didn't happen in South Auckland, that it was all right for wealthier area schools because there were lots of lawyers and accountants who could participate in school governance. We had more factory workers and parents who were very shy from coming from South and West Auckland schools. But I think over the years, and PICO was what's going on 30, 40 years ago now, we've started to get the balance right. And I hope that if we're about to take this approach, that it doesn't take us as long as the intention of this Tomorrow's Schools report to get good local governance in schools, the same way we can get shared governance for Auckland. So I'll be reluctantly supporting the first part. I was thinking of not supporting the kind of the A to M, I think it was, but I'm prepared to put my neck out a little bit and support them, because I think we want to drive equity and we want to make sure that we do get subsidiarity within all of us, amongst all of us, because I think it can work if we really put our heads to it. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor Wayne Walker. Are you with us, Councillor Walker? Have you got your mic turned on? I can't hear from Councillor Walker at the moment, so I'll just hold his speaking slot and we'll go to Councillor Angela Dalton. Councillor Dalton, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. And thank you everyone for this piece of work, particularly Justine and Gary, John Nashin, and all of the people that went before. I've been involved in this particular piece of work with the Governance Framework Review Working Group from its beginnings. But prior to that, I welcomed the initiation of the Gareth Stuyven report and the recommendations that came out of that report. That report identified the shortcomings of the shared governance model in its current form versus the intention of the legislation that governs the super city. So I can hear the confusion from councillors. I can hear the angst, the concern. That I'm really clear on the recommendations, and that's simply because I spent 10 years in local board land. Most of those as a chair, who was involved in budgets, who was involved in working with what we're actually making decisions on now, which is working with council officers, being able to leverage to decision make. So what we're doing here is giving local boards, we're actually giving officers the empowerment to do the job that local boards are really wanting to do. I'd like to affirm the respect that I have for local boards. The capability of them as shared governors is really strong, and we see that with local board chairs who have come to the governing body. It's a rewarding role, it's a challenging role, it's not without its constraints. But I don't think we need to be too worried about rogue boards. I mean, my experience is that the policies and the service levels and the budgets that are set by the governing body significantly limit the chances of anybody going rogue with this. So for this not to go through, which would be very frustrating, it's not the local boards who will miss out per se on decision making not being devolved. It's the communities and it's the ratepayers of Tāmaki. Local boards will continue to receive their honorarium, which is pretty handsome. They'll continue to do the best they can within their current decision-making roles, their delegations and allocations. It's the people that will lose out. It's the Aucklanders who will continue to have boards that can't maximise the current community facilities, that can't put in service levels that meet the needs of Māori and Pacifica. When we talk about changing service levels, I'm hearing concerns that it might mean we're going to reduce library hours or we're going to close a pool. Well, who's ever going to close a pool? It's about changing how we deliver our services so we can have Māori-led, Pacifica-led, whatever-led. So local boards have more say over the budgets that can enable that to happen. So it's only right that Aucklanders should have the opportunity to have a say on this, and that should be through the consultative process based on the model of subsidiarity, which is important to all of us. It's important to us and our role as governors when we refer to the impacts of government and government's decision making. This proposal is supported by the ELT. Local board services have been waiting for a very long time to fulfil their roles in supporting local boards to deliver on community outcomes. We're going to enable people to be fulfilled in the roles that they have in their space, and elected members will be able to deliver more specifically to the needs of their communities. It's been more than a 4-year effort. This paper comes to us after 4 years. There's been 2 governance framework review terms, and the Deputy Mayor chaired the first one. I'd just like to acknowledge Phelan Puri from the Rodney Local Board, who has been there for the whole journey as well, and such a strong advocate, and also an example of a local board and a local board member who will look outside the square to doing things for their communities when they can't get the delegated decision making and funding. So I can only imagine how great guns they'll be going if once they get this across the line, if the community agree to the consultation. I'm just going to pick up, Councillor Henderson spoke about his concerns around the capacity and time capacity of local board members. I've chaired through 3 different elections, so 3 different boards, It'll be different. We've got 21 local boards, but this capacity for boards to be able to pick up this work, I have no doubt. And just to pick up on Councillor Simpson's concerns around savings, to expand the point on decision making, this change is going to help the community investment model to succeed. So as a governing body, we agreed in the long-term plan that we were going to go down the community investment route. Local boards need to be able to make these decisions to make it work. There will be savings, there will be efficiencies. That's where the savings are. Because as long as those decisions have to come back to the governing body, we're doubling up and we're missing opportunities. So this is a good thing. Without the decision making, I think we're going to struggle to get our community investment model to succeed. Service levels are different across the 21 boards right now, and they should be, because we've got 21 different local communities, and even within those communities, the consistency is the levels that the governing body sets around how many library opening hours. So there are consistencies that the local boards can't change. And I think the best thing about this is that what came up in the CCO review was a clear direction to the governing body. Spend some more time working with your CCOs, get your policies right and articulate them, and this will give us more headroom. Is that my time, Sandra?
That's your time, I'm afraid, Councillor.
Just getting into the swing. I wasn't just getting into the swing.
Just winding up.
Just to finally, this, if anything, is going to say Team Auckland. This is going to say Team Auckland. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Yeah, that is the bell. I don't know whether people recognised what it was. So if we could just try to keep our comments as precise as possible. Now let's try Councillor Wayne Walker again. Wayne, can you just check, you're online, you're ready to go? I still can't hear you. So I don't know whether Sandra, you thought that somebody had muted you at council end, but I don't think so. Your mic's on, but nobody can hear you. I'll just get Sandra to check that one out, and my apologies to you, Councillor. Okay. There's a message there from Councillor Festal Collins. Can you dial *6 to unmute if you're on your phone? While you're testing that out, I think we'll go to the next speaker, which is Councillor Greg Sayers. Councillor Sayers, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Some very good discussions, questions and comments, I must say. I'm speaking in support of both the sections, Mr. Chair. I do want to acknowledge, as my colleagues have, the very good work from the Joint Working Party, and also acknowledge the staff's hard work over a prolonged period of time. And I appreciate the comments and people just reminding us of the effort that is required in getting to where we are today after such a long period of time, including your comments, Your Worship. As I say, I'm very comfortable to support the recommendations in full. We need to support advancing this after 4 years of hui, and we probably just need a little bit more dui. And I do like some of my colleagues have expressed, I have confidence in the local boards to wisely exercise their added and delegated decision-making authority. And I think it's a positive step forward for strengthening Auckland's co-governance model, and it's a positive way of advancing our journey towards improved regional equity. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor Linda Cooper.
Thank you, Worship. I think a lot of the things that Councillor Simpson and Henderson said reflect my thoughts around this. I absolutely support the equity part of this, but now we're told that unless we support the first part, we can't have the second part, which is a little bit of feels like it forces one's hand. Sorry, is someone saying something?
No, not quite sure what that interference is, but please keep going.
Sorry, carry on. So I do have real concerns about regional inconsistency. I mean, the whole reason that we went through the pain of amalgamation was to get more consistency. And I'm not quite sure, you know, even though we have differences, people don't live by local board boundaries. There's often sub-regional centres, there's all sorts of different permutations, but for the most part, when we're saying here, it'll be, Councillor Dalton said it'll be less reporting, referring back to the governing body. It would be great if we had a bit of reciprocation on that and we could get on with our job too. So, because I've never really felt it was co-governance. It hasn't felt like that. It's felt like a bit of a battle. And I mean, if this makes it better, all to the good, but I'm really not sure about that. It always feels one way. And I also have been really disappointed that it's only 2 or 3 local boards that have been willing to set a rate. At the end of the day, we'll still set the rates and we will still carry the can for that. And that's fine. That's the job we signed up for. But if this money's devolved, I'm just hoping that the advocacy for more and more money goes away too, because you can't get blood out of a stone. And as Councillor Simpson said, we're in really difficult times. So I'm really torn about this. You know, you're wanting to put on a climate change targeted rate, Mr. Mayor. We've got some of our most vulnerable communities have, you know, we may be seeing some really high revaluation numbers. There's a lot of pressures on the budget. I would have preferred to have this at LTP. I think it's a better time to do it. But I guess if I want the equity, which I think is really important, then the first part of these resolutions, A to F, need to be implemented to do that. But the bottom line is this is just going up for consultation. And if I need to be consistent, that I've always supported things going out to consultation because there are more steps to make decisions on this. I always want to hear what our community says first. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. We come now to Councillor Chris Fletcher.
Thank you, Your Worship. I don't want to speak at length on this, and I'm very sorry that I missed part of the debate by having to take a conference call, and I missed your contribution. So I'm fascinated to hear what you had to say about the PICO report and how this has all evolved over time. I'm, in speaking today, using the privilege that we all have as regional councillors. I'm not wearing my ward hat as such. And while traditionally I have consistently tried to be, since the beginning of this council, a voice for fiscal restraint and listen to the cautions on expenses, this is one of the few occasions when I think that needs to be put aside, because you can't just look at this issue in the short term, you know, in a short-term perspective, because it comes to the very heart of what's expected of democracy and what price should we put on freedom, on democracy. Out of that, when we do it properly, is where trust comes from. And at the very moment that we're living in, when society as we've known it is being severely challenged, trust is such an important thing. I think also that this I'm more comfortable with because it's so much more in common with what the original proposal of the Royal Commission was. Interesting to note that we've got Heather Harris back working for the Council Whānau. She's working, I understand now, in Auckland Unlimited, and of course she provided the secretariat for the Royal Commission. It would have been good to get her perspective on this today. But from my perspective, Rodney Hyde completely stuffed up amalgamation and didn't do a good job of the excellent report of the Royal Commission. So for me, this is a step in the right direction of correcting things in terms of going to the public, talking about the importance of devolution and giving them what they thought or they expected in the first place. I want to conclude in terms of saying that I'm going to support it by offering my sincere congratulations to the officers and to the elected members that have worked so very hard on this. And to those who are worried about what the outcomes might be, I would say that we should have confidence. If we can give a working model to the public that they can understand, I have confidence that the public will elect local boards that won't go rogue, and that we are giving democracy a really good shot in terms of what public expectation is. So congratulations to everyone who's done so much good work on it, and I commend it to my colleagues.
Thank you, Councillor. And now we're going to try Councillor Wayne Walker again. You've logged off and logged back in again. Wayne, do you want to give it a go?
Yes.
You're here. Great.
Fantastic. So that was a learning experience. So if I can speak now, while I support the idea of local decision making in principle, I want to agree with some of the earlier speakers around timing and emphasise that I think the more appropriate time will be during the LTP. And part of the reason that goes to that is I do not believe that at this point we've got our baseline information worked out. I think that's critical. We still have a circumstance where we haven't analysed our community facilities appropriately enough. We know there are different models throughout the region, and that came to light, for example, through the anomaly of the Hibiscus Coast Youth Centre, but that is just one example that I could point to. So we need to get our budgets correct to start with. We also need to identify the baseline information around equity. And for me, the baseline information around equity is less this consideration around population and area and deprivation, but what are priorities as it goes to facilities across the region. And we haven't identified those. We haven't done the gap analysis under that. So I will be advocating against voting for this today, but for a later day, I will also be voting against the principles around equity, because I don't think that they apply at this point in time, given that we haven't sorted our baseline situation out. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. Now, Councillor Alf Filipina.
Thank you, Your Worship. And again, as I started my questioning, just want to acknowledge all the staff for the work that they put into this, and also the working group that I'm part of, and to our co-chairs. Your Worship, short and sweet, because I'm not going to repeat what people have said. I, like Linda, have always voted for any consultation with our community to go through. That is exactly what I'll be doing. The questions that I have are still unanswered, but I will wait for the consultation period to be completed, and also to make my decision on where we go with this. At the finance and performance, I'm assuming, Your Worship, and then governing body to follow. And for me, knowing that the inequity issue will be addressed in 2024, I no problems at all with that, because I support it. So I will be voting for these to go out for consultation with our community. Ngā mihi.
Thank you very much, Councillor Filipina. So we now have Councillor Daniel Newman in reply. Thank you.
Well, thank you once again, Your Worship, and all colleagues for your reflections. I think that the discussion has been interesting. It has been informative. I've enjoyed the reflections. A couple of comments, if I may. Councillor Walker, I acknowledge your concern about baseline funding and how that challenges discussion around equity. To you, I'd say that, yeah, look, I absolutely agree that the baseline funding actually isn't where it ought to be, but that, of course, is a matter for our consideration in terms of appropriations. Notwithstanding whatever the baseline funding envelope is, I think we do need to start to move on the principles that inform a mechanism, a formula for equity, and we need to start to move on that, even though the funding envelope in its totality might not be where we'd like it to be. So I think that whilst it's a fair point that you raise, I think that we can nevertheless take the developed principles that would inform a transition and start to move on that. I think that that would be reasonable under the circumstances. With respect to the local boards, I think our local boards are actually pretty good. They do a really good job at living on very, very tight budget baselines. They've been, and they should be good because they've been doing it for 11 years now. They know how difficult it is to budget because every year they have to budget. More to the point, the local boards are better qualified than members of the governing body to see the consequences of the baseline funding and how it impacts on local services. They are better than we are. We might think that we are best placed, but actually I think local boards are better placed than us. I think with respect to the resourcing question, I think that's an interesting question, but ultimately I believe that that is an operational matter for Phil Wilson and for Jim Stabbock to work through, and I have confidence in the ELT. I acknowledge Councillor Henderson's concern or the question raised about whether the expanded role of the delegations would require full-time local board members. Look, I actually think that that's a pertinent point, but I think that's best addressed by reflection that individual candidates have and that their supporters have when considering whether to run for local government elections. I would hope that there are some local board members right across the city who would ponder that and whether they have the time to be able to give to the role. Most of our local board members across the region, I think, do a superb job. Those who don't have the ability to do the time constraints, well, that's a reflection for them. And ultimately, it will be up to the community to judge that. I guess in conclusion, Your Worship, for me, look, one of the reasons why I actually supported the local government reforms in 2010, in most part, one of the reasons why I supported it is that I fundamentally believe that you need to take regional decisions at a regional level, with all other matters that are not regional being appropriately devolved. And that means that matters that are not regional need to be devolved to a local level. And I believe that with the best will in the world, the governing body is not the right place to make matters that are not regional. And I'd like to think that the devolved decision-making proposal that has been mooted in this paper, the recommendations will start the process to give effect to that. Your Worship, I want to thank you. I know that you have asked very tough questions, not just in recent weeks, but over the last, I think, months and frankly throughout the term. You have asked challenging questions, and I believe that those questions have been fair. And I believe that the officers have done a very good job to respond to the questions raised. And indeed, those questions have helped to formulate better recommendations for better decision making. And I'm confident that the recommendations as been set down are worthy of adoption. So thank you for the debate, and I move the motion.
Thank you very much, Councillor Newman, and for the work that you've put into this paper over a considerable period of time. As I foreshadowed, I'm going to take the vote on the voices in two sections. If you want to have your vote recorded against it, please feel free to let us know at the end of the vote on each section. So we're voting first of all on recommendations A to M inclusive in relation to increasing the local board decision-making powers. So all those in favour, please say aye.
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 To the contrary, no.
No.
I declare that the vote on A to M carried. Councillor Walker, would you like your vote recorded against it?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Sorry, Mayor, also my abstention, please.
And abstention from Councillor Shane Henderson. Okay, I'll now put the new N to Q in relation to addressing inequities in local community service funding. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
To the contrary, no.
Just like my vote against N3 recorded, please, Mr. Mayor. That's Councillor Watson.
Thank you.
And
Sharon.
So councillors Watson, Walker, and Stewart
Can I just get? Sorry, Mayor, I can't see the numbers. Someone's got the list of names over the.
Oh, okay. We've just removed that. So N3 is the funding allocation approach based on the balance scenario: 80% population, 15% deprivation, 5% land area, which is how we do our
normally
other allocations. Yes. So I will declare that carried with abstention from Councillor Henderson and a vote. Actually, no, not on this part. Councillor Henderson, is it? You're voting in favour of this?
Support it.
You're supporting this one. So a vote against N3 by Councillors Stewart, Watson and Walker. Have I got that correct? No other changes? Excellent. Thank you very much. And once again, a big thanks to officials that have worked on this so diligently for such a long time. We have the last substantive item on the agenda, which is the submission on the Local Government Pecuniary Interests Register Amendment Bill. And this is a submission on a members' bill that sets up requirements to disclose interests for local authorities that currently doesn't exist under statute, that doesn't go as far as our code of conduct. So we're advocating that it should go further. But what it does do, as I understand, and I'll ask Warwick McNaughton to clarify this, it does give teeth to the fact that people need to make those declarations of their interests, which we don't currently have a statutory backing for at present. But Warwick, would you like to speak to the paper, and then I'll ask for a mover and seconder of it.
Thank you, Your Worship. Tēnā koutou members. You're absolutely correct. Your summary was fine, and you're correct that it creates an offence with a maximum fine of $5,000 for a member who fails to declare.
Is there anything you'd like to add to that, Warwick?
No, happy to answer questions.
Okay, that's good. So just first of all, a check to see if there are any questions. I think it's pretty straightforward, this one, but happy to just pause for a moment. A question from Councillor Greg Sayers.
Thank you, Your Worship. Warwick, just a clarification question more than anything. The ability for the Local Government Act to be changed to cover all local authorities' codes of conduct in full, is that have you got a comment about that? The reason why I ask a little bit of context is I'm under the impression in our own code of conduct that that can be limited to perhaps concerns about conflicts of interest provisions more than anything else. So I just wanted to perhaps seek clarification on that, but more importantly, have we got confidence that the bill will allow the Local Government Act to be changed to give it enough teeth to include all complaints procedures to cover all aspects of any codes?
Thank you for the question. As you say, our current practice of maintaining a register of interest is something we have in our policy on conflicts of interest, which is attached to the Code of Conduct. The bill notes in its explanatory notes that not all councils do maintain registers of interest, and one of the purposes of the bill is to ensure there's consistency amongst all councils. So it creates a statutory mandate on all councils, and my understanding is it's not actually amending codes of conduct as such. So it becomes a legal requirement to make these declarations, and I would think that we might refer to that in our code of conduct. I haven't really given much thought to what changes it would require of our code of conduct. But the code of conduct, as you know, is something that we agree amongst ourselves as to the standards that we are going to live by, whereas this will become a legal requirement.
Okay, Warwick, thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any further questions? Are there any comments? If not, Councillor Filipaina will move. Do I have a seconder for the submission, please?
Cooper.
Councillor Linda Cooper. It's been moved and seconded. I will put the recommendations. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
To the contrary, no. I declare that carried, I think, unanimously. Item number 14 is an information-only report on the forward work programs. Can I have a mover and a seconder for this, please?
Dalton.
Yes, Your Worship.
Councillor Dalton
Simpson.
moving and Councillor
Simpson.
Simpson seconding. So I'll put that recommendation. All those in favour, please say aye.
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 To the contrary, no. Carried. Item number 15 is a summary of the governing body information memoranda, etc. So I'll ask somebody to move that, please.
Sayers.
Councillor Sayers seconded.
Collins.
Councillor Fesso Collins. I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
To the contrary, no. Carried. There is no extraordinary business. But just before I close the meeting, can I just foreshadow that if you could just stay on the line for 2 minutes, because Councillor Al Filipaina has some very good news on click and collect at our libraries. So with that, I'll thank councillors for attending and declare the meeting closed. And Councillor Filipaina, if you'd just like to make the comments that you wanted to, please.
Thank you, Your Worship, and to the colleagues and people online.